Lord Mayor, you're mute.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to welcome members to this remote meeting of Full Council, and also to any members of the public who are joining us today. Thank you for joining me. Please be reminded that the meeting is being streamed live, and it would be helpful for the conduct of the meeting if members could ensure that microphones are on mute until you are asked to speak. Thank you. I wish to inform members that update version of 4 items have been circulated to all members. Item 5, appointments. Item 6, executive arrangements. Item 7, policy statements. And item 8, budget tax report. Some sad news. I know we were all sad to learn of the unexpected death of former Councillor Christine McNiven last week. Councillor McNiven represent Roundhay wards from 2011 to 2018 and worked tirelessly during that time supporting her constituent. I'm sure most of you will remember Christine for her good humor and always having a smile on her face. And she leaves a wonderful legacy in the restoring of the Oakwood clock, which she was heavily involved. She was a force of nature and a force of good, and she will be sadly missed by us all. Can I please ask members to please stand with me in a minute's silence? Thank you. Thank you. We will now move on to today's meeting. Minutes of the last meeting held on 13th of January 21. Councillor Dawson.
I'd like to move that the minutes be approved, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Cohen.
Second, my Lord Mayor.
Can I please call for a vote for members who are not in agreement or abstain? Could you please say so? Else I'll take silence for yes. Thank you. Item 2, declaration of interest. Is there any members have anything to declare?
Yes, please, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Dobson.
Thank you. Having taken advice from the monitoring officer, I will not be voting or commenting in the debate on the Conservative Group amendment under number 4 or the Green Group amendment under number 38. Both of these amendments relate to funding of neighbourhood networks. Given the nature and scale of the wider budget, I will, though, be speaking and voting in all other respects. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Any other members? Okay, thank you. Item 3, communication. Chief Whip, Tom Raden.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have 3 items to update members on. I'd like to confirm that correspondence has been received from Paul Rousel, the Head of Governance Reform and Democracy Unit in MHCLG, informing the Council that the draft West Yorkshire Combined Authority Election of Mayor and Functions Order 2021 has been considered and approved in both Houses of Parliament, and that the Minister has signed and made the order, and it is now in force. In addition to this, 2 responses to Council resolutions has been received, one from the Right Honourable Robert Jenrick, MP, Secretary of State for Housing, Communities and Local Government, regarding cladding on buildings, and one from Will Quince, MP, Minister for Welfare Delivery, regarding the poverty emergency. All these have been previously circulated to members of council. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Item 4, leaders, election of leaders. Councillor Dawson.
Lord Mayor and Council, I'd like to move that Councillor James Lewis be elected as leader of the council.
Councillor Scopes.
Lord Mayor, I'm delighted to second.
Thank you. I will now go to a vote, but I'll ask each whip from each group to vote. So should we start off with Councillor Dawson? Are you for, against, or abstain?
The Labour Group of 4, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Duncowan, are you for, against, or abstain?
The Conservative Group abstain, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Campbell, are you for, against, or abstain?
Lord Mayor, with your indulgence, can I initially just say I'd like to associate the Liberal Democrat group with the comments you made with regard to former Councillor McNiven. I have to say she was one of the nicest and most conscientious councillors I ever met during my time on Leeds, and it's a great loss to all of us. With that, the Liberal Democrat group abstain on this vote.
Thank you. Councillor Hutchinson, are you for, against, or abstain?
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. The Mollyville Independents, we abstain from this vote. Thank you.
Councillor Field, are you for, against, or abstain?
Lord Mayor, I'm sorry to intervene at this point. I'm understanding Councillor Field has access to the meeting but no sound. So may I speak on the group's behalf?
Of course you can.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. First of all, without wishing to take up too much of the meeting's time, we too would like to offer our deepest condolences to Christine's family. A lovely woman, a great councillor, and I passed her legacy at the Oakwood Clock the other day, and I thought of her, and I think many of us will do that for years and years to come. And on that rather sad note, Lord Mayor, we abstain. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Anne Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain?
Abstain, Lord Mayor, and again I have actually sent an email giving my condolences to Christine's family, but I was on certain groups with her, and I know that she was a very good councillor, and I'm very sad to hear of her death. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Ron Graham, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. And that has been carried. We'll move to item 5, appointments. Councillor Dawson.
Move in terms of the notice, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Ray.
I second, my Lord Mayor.
Again, I'll call for a vote. If any members wishes to abstain or against, please say so, else I'll take your silent for agreement. Thank you. That's been carried. Executive arrangement. Councillor Dawson.
Move in terms of the notice, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Ray.
I second, my Lord Mayor.
Again, I'll call for a vote. If many members against or abstain, please say so, else I'll take your silent for yes.
My Lord Mayor, on this executive arrangement, item 6, regrettably, the Conservative group feel that they must abstain on this. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Okay, thank you. That has been carried. Number 7, Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I move in terms of the notice.
Councillor Dawson.
I'd like to second, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Again, I'll call for a vote. If any members against or abstain, could you please say so, else I'll take your silence for agreement. That has been carried. Motion, Councillor Dawson.
Once again, move in terms of the notice, Lord Mayor.
And Councillor Coyne.
Second, my Lord Mayor.
Again, I'll go for a vote. If any members against or abstain, please say so, else I'll take your silence for yes. Thank you. I'll now move on to item 8. Councillor James Lewis. Sorry, I'll now move on to item 8. I would like to move a move a motion.
Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I move in terms of the notice.
Thank you. Could I call on for the vote? Again, if anyone against or abstain, please say so. Take your silence. That's being carried. Now I'll move to the budget. Sorry, Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I'd like to start by associating myself and our group with the comments around Christine McNiven. I know she touched many people's lives, and her death came as a terrible shock. And when the time comes, we'll look at doing a fitting memorial. I'd also just like to start by briefly touching on the appointments. And well, first of all, welcoming Councillor Salma Arif, Mary Harland and Helen Hayden to Executive Board, and Andrew Scopes and Abigail Marshall-Catone to scrutiny, and to thank the outgoing members of Exec Board, Councillor Rebecca Charwood for work in adults and health, Councillor Lisa Mulheron, who's held the adults and health, children's and families, and transport, sustainable development and climate change portfolios, and last but not least, Councillor Blake for her years of leadership and deputy leadership, and for the children's and economy portfolios. Have all made a significant contribution to the city in their time, and along with councillors Cooper, Venner, Pryor and Rafiq in the last year in our response to the pandemic, I don't think any of us in local government will ever perhaps go through a phase like this again. So I'd like to start by thanking them for their service at this point, and wishing all three of them well for the future. Lord Mayor, we meet remotely today to set a budget under the shadow of the biggest crisis facing this council, this city and the world in over 75 years. Despite the horrendous circumstances of the pandemic, we are able to put forward a balanced budget for the new financial year. This is in large part thanks to the hard work and expertise of our finance team led by Victoria Bradshaw and the directorate team that worked together to make this happen. It is also thanks to councillors and members of the public who have engaged in budget consultations, thanks to the constructive work of our trade unions, and it is thanks to the key workers and staff who have supported the city's pandemic response and kept council services running through this crisis. We're just over a week away from the anniversary of the first UK fatality from coronavirus. In our city, 1,445 people have now lost their life to the virus. And last month it was confirmed that over 100,000 people had died in the UK. These people all leave behind family and friends who have suffered the irreplaceable loss of a loved one in awful circumstances. And I can confirm that we'll bring forward an appropriate memorial when the right time arrives. The pandemic has affected every resident in our city. Our children and young people have had their education interrupted. Our economy has been hit extremely hard, and thousands of people have lost their jobs. Over 70,000 people in Leeds now claim universal credit. The number of claimants rose by 96% between March and November. And we estimate there are 40,000 Leeds workers on the furlough scheme. The number of people affected is enormous, and it shows the scale of the impact on people's lives and the city's economy. The council has been at the forefront of the response and continues to provide support to people, businesses and organisations across the city. We've been a keystone in the efforts to tackle the virus in the city, including through responding to outbreaks, supporting test and trace, and advancing the rollout of the vaccines. The council has been there to help people in Leeds receive the support they need. Our COVID-19 helpline has dealt with over 28,000 calls and offered support to people shopping, prescriptions, baby products, welfare calls. We have provided free school meals to over 34,000 children during school holidays. Our in-house catering services provided this, along with the children's services and communities. Our meals are much higher standard than those from private providers elsewhere, and we acted when this was needed, driven by our values, and we were not shamed into acting like the government were. We are coordinating with schools a citywide response to the shortage of laptops for children after not nearly enough were provided. And at this point, I would say thank you to councillors across the virtual chamber who've been helping with this in their wards. We've continued to progress our 100% digital Leeds programme, which has already been acknowledged as one of the leading digital inclusion programmes. We've provided hundreds of thousands of pounds worth of grants to make sure everybody in the city has access to services and has access to IT to tackle homelessness, whether this is people homelessness or with an addiction, to families and young people or older people. That support has been there. And we also know how good it is that everybody has good internet access. So we haven't been able to do the Leeds full fibre scheme in full, but we're certainly continuing with that over the years ahead to provide faster and more reliable broadband to communities across the city. We set up a food distribution hub, which so far has provided 64,000 food bags, alongside the work of many community organisations in the city. We've paid out over 1,700 self-isolation payments to help people isolate when they test positive, and we were one of the first councils to provide free parking for NHS and social care staff. We have issued close to £216 million worth of COVID business support grants in Leeds, and we have supported traders on Kirkstall Market, which is where I had one of my Saturday jobs when I was at school many years ago, through rent reductions totalling over £600,000, sorry. And our refuse service has collected over 22,000 tonnes more waste from households than usual. We have seen a massive increase in the demand for services and at the same time being hit by an enormous loss of income. Our business rates income is anticipated to be down by 101.8 million. The government has provided 75.5 million towards this, but this still leaves a shortfall of 26.3 million. In 2021, we lost income from sales fees and charges amounting to an estimated 40.6 million. Of this, it is estimated the government will provide 26.9 million in support. For 2021, we project a further £5.8 million of losses attributed to COVID, relating to income we've lost from sports centres to car parking to visitors, attractions, cafes, shops and events. The council tax deficit is 13.2 million, and the government has allowed us to spread that over 3 years, so therefore the impact this year is 4.2 million. In 2021, the council tax base itself has shrunk with a projected loss of 2.7 million due to both reductions in tax base and an increase in the number of people receiving council tax support as people have lost work. Government support for lost income has not gone far enough. This is despite the Secretary of State, Robert Jenrick, promising at the beginning of the pandemic that the government would do whatever is necessary to support council through this period. This follows a decade of his government reducing the core level of funding that provided to this authority by a total of 2 billion since 2010, just in Leeds. Austerity at a time of increasing demand for children's and adult social care means every year it is becoming more and more difficult to deliver a balanced budget. And every year, against the odds, we have successfully responded to that challenge. A combination of increased trading income, a significant programme of efficiencies, including reducing staffing levels by over 2,300 full-time equivalents since 2010, have all played a part. Long-term decision-making by our administration targeting resources at preventative services to help demand and demographic pressures that have also caused significant pressures for other local authorities has helped as well. And over that period, we have also relied on one-off measures such as asset sales, borrowing to take advantage of low interest rates and using reserves. External auditors recognise this approach as part of our strategy to prevent cuts to frontline services. Grant Thornton's audit findings report on our 2019-20 accounts agreed that we have adequate arrangements in place regarding the management of our finances. Similar conclusions were reached by Grant Thornton in 2018-19, as well as KPMG's audit findings report published in 2018. In addition, when the huge financial pressure facing us because of COVID last year went public, the editor of the Local Government Chronicle called for the government to take notice and refer to us as one of the best run councils in the country. Key to our medium-term financial strategy is to make our finances more sustainable and less dependent on one-off measures. We, of course, continue to lobby the government to provide sustainable long-term funding, not one-year quick fixes, to bring forward the fair funding review, reform business rates to fund services more, and do what they have promised on many occasions, and finally reform adult social care, our largest area of spending. However, COVID and the continuing impact of the £2 billion government reduction in core funding means next year we face a deficit of 119 million. We started our budget planning earlier than normal this year with savings proposals first brought to Executive Board in September and then through the autumn. Over 2,500 residents have taken part in consultations and I thank them all for their time. We have listened and several welcome changes have been made to the original proposals where people have worked with us to help continue to deliver services, make changes, but still deliver the savings we need. Raising council tax is never an easy decision, but to help protect services that are important to residents, 59% of people who responded to the council consultation agreed that it is the right thing to do. Council tax in Leeds has been lower than other big cities, including Manchester, Liverpool, Newcastle, Sheffield and Nottingham for some time, and this will continue to be the case. However, this budget includes a 1.99 increase in the core element of council tax, with a further 3% for the government's adult social care preset. This follows another broken promise from the government about providing an extra £1 billion each year of the current Parliament for adult social care. The November spending review confirmed only £300 million of new funding for both adults and children's social cares, but like many councils, we planned on the basis of the promised £1 billion. What we got instead was the ability to raise the adult social care preset. Has there ever been a clear example of government pushing the burden for funding vital local services onto council taxpayers? Forcing councils to hit families with the council tax rise in the middle of a pandemic is simply wrong, when we have seen so much money that could help council taxpayers being spent on questionable contracts by national government. The IFS estimates that nationally, council tax will account for 61% of core funding in the next financial year, compared to 49% in 2015-16 and closer to 40% back in 2009-10. This is a trend we've seen through austerity of having to stretch council tax further and further to cover the same local government services as our grants from the government have been cut, and these are some of the deepest cuts that have been in place to public services since the Conservatives and Liberal Democrats introduced austerity in 2010. Our budget for the next year is set against this backdrop. With a deficit of £119 million to make up, there are some very hard choices that have not been taken lightly. The council's workforce will be reduced by over 800 full-time posts in the coming year. This follows over 200 staff members leaving through the voluntary ELI scheme this year. Management grades have been reduced the most, with 16% of all posts being abolished, compared to 5.5% among other grades. And I would like to give my thanks to all those dedicated staff who have given many years of service to the council and have left us in this period. Many services across the council are affected by the budget. We are having to again prioritise protecting frontline services for vulnerable people as much as possible. And over 60% of our budget will be spent on adults and children's services, but that doesn't mean that there won't be changes there. What we have done is we've protected funding for children's centres, keeping all 56 centres open in Leeds, while nationally 1,000 have had to close. We should not underestimate the value of children's centres to parents and carers across Leeds. As well as providing a single place they can go for help and advice, they are also home to our early start teams who provide a wide range of services around health, childcare, play, early learning and development, and ensure families get quick access to support in local areas at times of need. Youth services are also protected, again, despite no additional funding for them in the government spending review. The service has had an essential role as a preventative and early intervention service, supporting children and young people, including many of the most vulnerable, and therefore limiting future costs, both financial and human. Through the pandemic, the service has been particularly important in working in communities to support young people. They've worked closely with neighbourhood policing teams to divert young people from risk and harm of exploitation. For older people, we are protecting neighbourhood networks next year for a one-off allocation of £500,000 for support provided to local people through the pandemic, particularly those who are shielding, and this underlines our commitment to the neighbourhood network. Our recent monitoring of networks found that the majority reported their financial position rating as green on the RAG rating. Additional funding to the networks for the next year will help provide extra capacity towards outreach for older people who are isolating, who are clinically extremely vulnerable and need help with basic provisions such as food and medicine. Our funding will also go towards projects to help reduce virus transmission, services to support community recovery, and work to support uptake of vaccine and additional welfare support for people who are isolating and may have been done so for long periods in the last 12 months. Our booking centre at household waste sites will continue, meaning that unlike other council, Leeds residents don't have to suffer hours of queuing. We're awaiting the long-promised national waste strategy, but as other Yorkshire councils currently do, we're exploring collecting food and garden waste together as a new service. In the next year, we will continue to spend 300 million. In the next year, we will continue to spend £30 million on highways from both revenue and capital. This is at a time when the national government has made a 22% cut to maintenance funding for West Yorkshire, which including Leeds Council, and this includes money for vital road repairs. We will also protect funding for the Cleaner Neighbourhood funds. We've avoided closing any community hubs or libraries, although opening hours will reduce. And we are progressing our commitment that when we signed up and declared a climate emergency in 2019. So we continue to plant over 5.8 million trees as part of our woodland creation scheme. We have secured grants of £16 million for our public estate. So that means 24 buildings will go to solar panels, and a further 22 buildings will see a conversion from gas heating to heat pumps. This reduces our energy bill and our carbon emissions as a city. The district heating network will be expanded to provide low carbon and low cost heat to a further 26 high-rise blocks. And we are currently spending over £20 million of ERDF funding on council housing to reduce fuel poverty and improve their energy efficiency. We've recently secured another £17 million of grant funding to carry out similar work to over 1,700 private houses in Leeds, where we know we need to tackle fuel poverty. This not only reduces our carbon output by 5,000 tonnes a year, but has also created 1,800 clean jobs. We are continuing essential capital investment to deliver school places, support children with autism, extra care for older people, and we are spending nearly £300 million on this over the years ahead. Our capital programme includes £33.8 million for a new school in East Leeds, £7.2 million for a scheme at Allerton Grange High School, and £6.8 million for a scheme at Coburn. Proposals have also been brought forward to create new special educational need provision at sites across the city, anticipated to create hundreds of additional special educational needs places to meet rising demand. For example, £10 million will be invested in the Woodhouse Learning Campus of the West Oak School and College. We also have plans to provide a new specialist children's home for children with autism at an estimated cost of £1.8 million. And in housing, we are making good progress towards our ambition of building 1,500 new council homes to help address the significant demand for affordable housing in the city. On extra care housing for older people, working with partners, we are able to deliver 7 extra care schemes in the city. We hope for all the schemes to be delivered over the next 3 years, and this will see 400 new homes for older people across the city, meeting older people's needs in modern homes with care and support. We're also putting in £5.7 million towards meeting the ethical care charter we signed up to, and that is money towards increasing the pay of care workers in our commissioned services. Clapping for key workers isn't enough, and we are putting our values into action and providing this extra money. Lord Mayor, these examples are just a snapshot of some of the valuable work this budget will continue supporting the next year. While it is impossible to escape the shadow this budget is set under of a pandemic and a decade of government cuts, we must maintain and build on our commitments and our overarching ambitions as a city. This is centred on making Leeds the best city in the UK, with principal ambitions of a compassionate, caring and strong economy, tackling poverty and reducing inequalities, and working towards being a net carbon city in 2030. In the coming months, the immediate challenge facing us are twofold: the continuing response to the pandemic and then leading our city's recovery. Public health will play a vital role in supporting both the response as well as ensuring we build back fairer and tackling the appalling inequalities that this virus has made even worse. Most immediately, focus will remain on preventing and containing COVID-19 through our test and trace function. There will be continued surveillance of new and emerging infections, management of outbreaks, and crucially ensuring the vaccination programme leaves no one behind in being accessible and acceptable to those most at risk. We will have a focus on supporting residents to recover by increasing access to healthy living and mental wellbeing services, with a particular focus on older people, children, young people, and those suffering the worst health inequalities. Our approach to mental health has been recognised nationally in a joint report in the LJ and the Centre for Mental Health as an example of best practice. The last year in public health has shown us a need to continually be prepared, so we will re-establish key health protection programmes, including promoting the uptake of flu vaccinations, childhood immunisations, tackling antibiotic resistance and reducing the incidence of TB. Following the recommendations of the recent Build Back Better COVID-19 review by Sir Michael Marmot, we will bring together partners and work across the council to identify and lead the key actions needed on this around increased and fair employment, developing healthy and sustainable communities, and providing every child with the best start in life. And this budget will put in place the building blocks of doing that. This pandemic has proved beyond doubt that we are well placed to drive local partnership work to deliver for our communities and our residents. And this is also the case with helping the economy to recover. We published our economic recovery framework last October. This includes immediate actions working with partners from across the city to ensure support to communities and businesses as we respond and as we get onto the recovery. And the Leeds Inclusive Anchors Network, made up of the largest employers in the city, is working with us to support the recovery. We will expand our training and reskilling programmes to reflect the changes in the labour market, focusing on where new jobs will be created, particularly in the city's high growth sectors, such as digital, creative, healthcare, medical and technology. We need to build resilience into our economy, tackle inequality and challenge the poor but regrettably often legal labour market practices, and leading the way towards becoming a net zero city by 2030 as well. There are significant opportunities in the green sector. Recent modelling from the Local Government Association shows Leeds will generate the highest estimated number of jobs in the low carbon and renewable energy sector of all the English core cities, with 34,000 jobs coming in the decades ahead. We will continue to deliver crucial business support programmes, including support to start-up and young businesses and helping all businesses to adapt to the new world that we will all operate in. The Adventure programme supports start-ups and young businesses in the Leeds City region, for example, and that supported over 3,500 businesses. We're also part of the MIT REAP programme, which has stimulated innovative startups that can create jobs in the future. Important part of this as well is the encouragement of diverse people to get involved in the tech and digital sector. And on the REAP programme, we know that 40% of the current cohorts of participants are BAME and 47% are women. It is absolutely vital as we move forward that diversity is at the centre of our economic growth and no potential should go untapped. Lord Mayor, we desperately need improvements to public transport and active travel after decades of underinvestment, with our draft Connecting Leeds transport strategy, which was considered by Executive Board in December, setting out our vision for a city where a car isn't always needed to meet mobility needs. Connecting Leeds projects that are currently underway include the Sturton Park and Ride, which is on course to open in the autumn. This will be the first solar-powered park and ride site in the city with electric buses, provide parking for over 1,200 vehicles, and a bigger part of the scheme is providing new bus lanes and walking and cycling routes on the route into town from Sturton. We have the A647 improvements, a key corridor between Leeds and Bradford. The scheme will speed up buses along the key route and is set to be completed by summer 2020. We have work on the E-Law and cycling infrastructure in North and East Leeds as well on the underway at the moment. Moving forward, we have ambitious plans working with West Yorkshire Combined Authority for Mass Transit. The new mayor will have a key role to play in taking this forward, but also crucial in progress will be whether the government will honour its promise to provide the funding. However, the most recent figures on transport funding from the IPPR North think tank aren't good reading for us. They show £903 per person is spent on transport in London compared to £276 per person spent on transport in Yorkshire and the Humber. This is after a decade of news releases and warm words on the Northern Powerhouse. It's time to see this brought into action, and over the years ahead we will play our role in seeing investment brought into our city. Employment in our city is facing its biggest crisis in a generation. Supporting training opportunities, apprenticeships, and in creating the environment for businesses to grow and increase employment has to be a key focus, and our employment and skills team work to support people in jobs has become ever more important. The Employment Hub has played an important role in helping people whose jobs were affected by the pandemic back into work. That might be people who have lost jobs in sectors like retail, who have moved into the care sector, people who have maybe been studying abroad, and people who have been made redundant as lockdown and the pandemic has hit. We've now seen people move into all sorts of jobs, and this work will continue. They have supported over 2,500 people into jobs between April and December 2020, including 269 apprenticeships. The majority of those supported live in the 20% most deprived neighbourhoods, and we currently have 2,000 people across our programmes receiving personalised one-to-one support and guidance. In January, the team began a community-based employment support programme and will support up to a further 4,000 unemployed residents to access support to gain employment and further skills. Culture and the hospitality sector in Leeds are parts of our £1 billion plus visitor economy, which has been hit harder than most. The Leeds arts and culture sector remains a priority for us and has a major role to play and helping drive forward the city's recovery with over 30,000 jobs. In 2019, the hospitality sector supported an estimated 46,500 jobs in our city, and estimates at the moment are that around 75% of hospitality jobs in West Yorkshire have been furloughed, and a third of hospitality businesses are not confident of reopening. The retail sector in Leeds supports around 35,000 jobs, and we don't know yet how trends such as the move to physical and online retailing will play out, but we are working to make sure that any changes in these sectors are responded to, and where people are regretfully losing their jobs, we have the support in place to get people into new jobs. Lord Mayor, we heard comments from the outgoing Children's Commissioner last week, her view accusing this government of an institutional bias against young people, and this is not what we stand for as a city. In the coming year, we will continue to support and develop programmes to help young people into training and apprenticeships. In October, we launched Levy Match Leeds to boost apprenticeship numbers in Leeds. Supported by an online platform, the service enables large levy payers to transfer a percentage of their uncommitted funds to small and medium-sized enterprises wishing to hire an apprentice. This service aims to make this as simple as possible and ensure maximum levy investment is kept and invested locally in Leeds to create more apprenticeship opportunities for our residents. In addition, today I can announce that if somebody is finished because of COVID-19 and can't complete their apprenticeship, Leeds City Council will step in so they will be able to complete their qualification. We will do this by either helping their employer by finding the funding to retain them, or by finding an alternative employer who will support them to complete their apprenticeship. Lord Mayor, I have set out what our cities, our residents, our businesses and our public services can do with the resources we have. No one says we have enough money, and unless the government actually live up to their promises at the start of the pandemic, they will damage our prospects for the next decade, just as failed Tory and Lib Dem austerity has scarred the last. Our city continues to be held back by delaying incompetence in Westminster, with a public sector and transport infrastructure that has been starved of funding for over a decade now. This budget does all it can with the resources available to the council protect services. It represents the first step in promoting
I'm still getting no sound at all.
That will address key priorities for our communities around climate change, inequalities and poverty. Lord Mayor, I move the budget.
Thank you. Can I call on Councillor Cooper to second?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I second the budget motion in the name of Councillor Lewis, and reserve my right to speak, which I will be taking up.
Thank you. Councillor Carter to move the amendments.
Yes, thank you, my Lord Mayor. It's almost exactly a year since we were in the council chamber debating the budget, and it's almost exactly a year since we received the first report from our officers about the pandemic. Who would have thought a year later here we would be meeting remotely, as we have been for virtually all the intervening time. Also, that COVID would impact on everyone's lives and our society as a whole. It's been extremely challenging for everyone, and our sincerest condolences go out to residents of Leeds and indeed of the whole UK who have lost loved ones as a result of this terrifying pandemic. I also want to thank all our council staff who have adapted and changed their roles or volunteered to be involved in the support networks for shielding groups, contributed massively to how we have continued to operate throughout the pandemic. And I particularly include all those members of staff who work outdoors delivering the face-to-face services that we all rely on and expect. We owe it to the people that we've lost, the jobs that have been lost, the businesses that have struggled, the health impacts, particularly mental health, that we all play our part and in delivering a recovery on a local level, that it's a lasting recovery and returns the city to a level of prosperity that all can enjoy. My Lord Mayor, it would be churlish of me not to, first of all, congratulate Councillor Lewis on becoming the leader of the Labour group. I wonder if he received a note when he exchanged offices from Councillor Blake, explaining, as Liam Byrne once did when the last Labour government left office, that there is no money left. One of my friends in your group, when I asked him why James Lewis had been picked, the answer came forth that it was probably because of his work on finance and the budget. I was minded to remind the person in question that we were talking about James Lewis, not Martin Lewis. And that comparison, I think, can be drawn as we go through what Councillor Lewis James has said today. I would like to associate myself, however, with the thanks to Victoria Bradshaw and all of her team, and indeed officers in other departments of the council, for their help in putting forward our amendments. There can be no doubt that we are in extremely difficult financial times, and we have a long way to go before we will see the recovery that we all hope and pray for. But let's not forget that actually the majority of the budget pressures in 21-22, the impact has been reduced substantially, largely due to massive government grant and support since last March. The result of existing budget pressures in Leeds and primarily linked to MRP and the borrowing policies that councillors Lewis and Blake have pursued over the past 5 years. It's interesting that Councillor Blake has moved on, but your new leader is left with the problems that he and his predecessor themselves very largely created. One observation I would like to make about this year's budget, and I hope that finance officers will take this as constructive feedback, is that whilst the technical elements of the report are clearly required, it would help the public, especially if a plain English approach was also adopted to spell out the main issues in the budget and how they are being dealt with. One example is the presentation of the net revenue budget, technically the net revenue budget for 21-22 will be £435.5 million. But this figure masks millions of pounds of additional grant monies for COVID support that the government has provided. So the real figure is in fact much higher and in excess of the budget we have for the current year. The budget papers themselves actually concede this. £75.5 million of government grant will be carried forward in order to make up for the impact of the collection fund of COVID-19, meaning that the budget is much higher and closer to 510 million. And that doesn't factor in other one-off grants that are now being used as reserves. My Lord Mayor, much as I expected, Councillor Lewis continues to focus on so-called austerity, but the agenda has moved on. The government has allocated huge sums to this council, this city, and many individual residents through furlough and other support schemes. And I'm going to outline those to you. COVID support and grant to local authorities, sales fees and charges, 75% funding of local authority losses and other grants, total £122 million. Funding to support the council's collection fund is a further £155 million. Council tax hardship grant, £8.9 million. Adult social care infection control, £21.5 million. Grants to support businesses administered by economic development, £271 million. And then further funding, ring-fenced for specific other expenditure, almost £28 million. That's a total of £605 million that the government has given to Leeds and its people to help overcome the devastation caused by COVID. No recognition from Councillor Lewis of this massive amount of money, and no recognition from Councillor Lewis that this figure can be magnified 100-fold for the rest of the country, which has received similar support. And I put this to Councillor Lewis. Had the government from 2010 onwards not adopted sensible and prudential financial policies with some painful decisions along the way, does he seriously believe that the government would have been in any position now to be able to support the economy, individuals and local authorities as they have been able to do? It simply doesn't bear scrutiny, the comments that Councillor Lewis has made. I've already mentioned the borrowing policies of Councillors Blake and Lewis, and I'll touch on that in more detail. But it's a difficult thing to explain to the general public what this minimum revenue position that the council got itself into is all about. So I'll make a comparison which I think many people will be able to associate with. Councillor Blake sent Councillor Lewis to see the bank manager. And Councillor Lewis said to the bank manager, look, we've been pretty good in Leeds. We've been paying back our debts. We'd like to take a bit of a rest. So we'd like you to agree that we only pay the interest charges and nothing off the capital. It's a bit like taking an interest-only mortgage on your house. So the bank manager said, well, Councillor Lewis, okay, we'll let you do that for 3 or 4 years. Just remember this, that when this time period expires, you will still have the debt that you had today. So please don't go borrowing a lot more money, because you're going to find yourself then in a very, very difficult position. So Councillor Lewis came out of the bank manager's office, skipping up to the Civic Hall to tell his leader, oh, what a deal we've got. Unfortunately for him, his leader then decided to take the brakes off the borrowing. This is borrowing completely unsupported by any external grants. A great deal of what we spend in capital terms is supported by outside sources, predominantly, by the way, the government, with millions and millions of pounds in support. However, in 2015-16, the cumulative borrowing required in that year was £121.8 million. Last year, it had reached a cumulative total over those years of £849 million. The interest was £22 million. It had previously been £1.8 million, and the extra cost of this holiday was £20.9 million. My Lord Mayor, if the council had listened to the bank manager, but not only the bank manager, but its own finance officers, we would have been in a position today to reduce council tax by 6%, or at least to have frozen it. So I will take no lectures of any sort from Councillor Lewis on financial prudence and wise spending, because his record speaks for itself. He may well say that they took this measure to protect frontline services. I've no doubt he will say yet again, as he always does, that the opposition groups voted in favour of it. Well, that's actually not true. Opposition groups, as they do on all financial matters, abstained, primarily because there was a warning from our own financial officers that we should not increase our borrowing during this time. And on two different occasions, the executive board of the council was given warnings on that basis, and they were ignored. And so we find ourselves in the position that we're in today. When you strip away the COVID problems in our finances, which are largely being met by government with more to come, we are left with self-inflicted wounds because of profligate borrowing policies, which we were warned, or the council was warned against. My Lord Mayor, I've used the term MRP holiday on a number of occasions. It's an unfortunate term, as it suggests that the council had a good time and that somehow there had been a positive outcome. The truth is, my Lord Mayor, that it's anything but that. Over the next 10 years, the council will pay off £527 million in forecast debt repayments. And to be frank, the burden of MRP is the principal reason why the council under Councillor Lewis's leadership are having to increase council tax by 4.99% on top of a range of other fee increases. It is the borrowing policies of Councillor Lewis's administration that have led Leeds residents to pay more in taxes than they need to do, and for some certain services, such as bereavement fees, fees for self-payers in sheltered housing, and for communal spaces, inert and bulky waste charges, the cost of replacement bins also going up. The truth is, my Lord Mayor, and it's time that Councillor Lewis and Blake owned up to it, that it is their financial policies which have put us in the position that we are in. It's often said when a political leader leaves office that we are all indebted to your service. Unfortunately, for the outgoing leader, many residents are indeed, all residents are indeed indebted. But sadly, my Lord Mayor, they are in debt for your borrowing. That is debt of a very different kind. Whilst Councillor Lewis continues to direct his ire at government and, following in the footsteps of his predecessors, blame everything else on them and accept no responsibility at all here in Leeds, it is telling that of the 87.5 million budget gap faced in 2021, the majority of that, 59.7 million, relates directly to pre-COVID pressures, and principally those interest payments I referred to a few moments ago. Some of these are related to demand and cost, of course, but the majority is MRP. The government has provided huge support to deal with the impact of COVID, and so we are looking at the issues that existed before the pandemic, and these centre on debt, borrowing and chronic financial mismanagement. And my Lord Mayor, it's interesting to note that a further £400 million has been made available across the country by the government only a couple of weeks ago, of which Leeds will receive a substantial share for COVID issues. And we've been instructed not to send out business rate invoices before the budget. And I hope that means what I think it means, and there's going to be even more support for businesses next week. I want to move on to my group's budget amendment itself, and I want to thank my group members, particularly Alan Lamb and Matthew Robinson and Barry Anderson, who participated in the working group this year. And it has been difficult, but we think we have put together a series of amendments that are forward-facing as opposed to looking back, and look to provide a boost to our city as we look to recover from the pandemic. I would just like to highlight one amendment that we wanted to include, but as I have already noted, principally because of the current financial situation, we would not have been able to do so without using too much of earmarked reserves. We would like to have reduced council tax to a 1.99% increase, as clearly many residents have been financially impacted by the pandemic. And it seems right that we should take account of that and levy as little in terms of an increase as possible. And of course, my Lord Mayor, in that we would have been following the advice, although this does seem to change every day, from Sir Keir Starmer, who was calling for council tax rises not to be put in place. Of course, he's wrong to suggest that anyone is forcing anyone to do that, my Lord Mayor, when you've racked up over 60 million per year in revenue budget commitments, more than is spent on the majority of our council departments. There is no alternative but to increase council tax, and that is the position that the Labour administration have put this council and the people of Leeds in. Councillor Lewis referred to our external accountants. I'll remind him that our external accountants said that we were ill-equipped financially to face the COVID pandemic because of the council's financial position in any event. I quote, "We felt you didn't have sufficient general reserves and your arrangements were not sufficiently robust to manage the position. Compare Leeds," which Councillor Lewis seems to be very fond of doing, "with other core cities. Leeds has one of the lowest general reserve funds of all the core cities. As one senior officer put it, we are an outlier." I think that is a very peculiar sort of a statement for what really is a very simple situation. We haven't enough reserves. We are, however, conscious of other taxes and fee increases in Leeds, and our proposals would look to reduce those as far as we think it would be prudent or possible. We would not be increasing bereavement charges by 5%. We are still in the middle of the pandemic, and I regret to say, and I'm sure you would all agree with me in this, there will continue to be deaths from the pandemic through into 2021-22, at times when funeral services, cremation services are very restricted. It is not appropriate, and it's to increase charges this year, and it's just plain common decency. And I would hope that that is reconsidered. We are the second highest chargers again amongst the major cities for cremation services. My Lord Mayor, we also believe that additional charges for bulky waste and inert waste should be reversed. We have opposed this since it was introduced, but again, given the impact of the pandemic, we feel these charges should preferably be scrapped altogether, or at the very least paused for a year. It is as if that side of the chamber don't see that people have been impacted by COVID and are just applying the normal budget rules. People's livelihoods have been lost, and it should be incumbent on the council to recognise that, not plough ahead regardless, as though actually nothing has changed. On a similar theme, we believe there's room for a budget pause in car parking charges and then reduced rates for the majority of 21-22. This would be citywide, would have two aims: to lessen the charges being levied by the council, but much more importantly, providing a boost to our economy, our city centre and our local centre footfall. We would introduce 1 month free parking throughout the city to coincide with the lifting of lockdown, followed by 2 months with a reduced rate, and then a further 6 months with a 50p reduction. We were appalled to see that in the initial proposals, there were plans to actually increase parking charges at Woodhouse Lane and on street. The fact you've dropped these plans suggests that you agree, at least in part, with what we're proposing, and we would expect your support. My Lord Mayor, those on the Labour benches that don't even have a basic grasp of local authority funding, business net rates are a key element of our funding. Businesses need to be supported to get back on their feet, to boost the city economy, bring back growth and return businesses rate funding streams for the council where they were pre-pandemic as quickly as possible. Councillor Lewis mentioned the size of the city centre retail hospitality economy. I think it's about 1.2, 1.3 billion. It's massive. We need to have a series of measures to support businesses. So we would also reinstate the local centres programme, returning the 2.7 million in capital cut by the Labour group. Many of these schemes will support local businesses in our town and district centres, and we must ensure that these unique, smaller economic centres are supported to recover and thrive post-pandemic. Not to do so is short-sighted and will have a very negative effect on local communities. We would establish a £1 million recovery and support fund for businesses throughout Leeds. This could be used for business development, funding, COVID secure measures, or indeed support where no other government schemes are suitable. We need to encourage the private sector to be the driving force behind economic recovery. It is the only way that public finances can be put on a secure footing. It is the only way that we will be able to deliver in the medium and long term aspirations that we all share to see services in the city provided by the council maintained and improved. We would transfer the housing advisory panel functions and budgets to the community committees and retain the tenant involvement, and also look to encourage the spending of the £500,000 reserve balances that make up the majority of this commitment. What we need is a strong local agenda. In order to support this local agenda, we would again be seeking to bring forward more Section 106 monies. We have seen that again, you have borrowed against Section 106 to prop up the revenue budget, but we would seek to use this more strategically. Get schemes up and running through an investment bank and make sure that all our communities see the benefits and the recovery after COVID. There's a projected 41 million in 106 balances, and this proposal simply gets on with getting this money invested in local communities for the purpose it was intended and in the areas that it was intended. Continuing the focus on local areas, we also include measures to reverse the planned closure of the West Leeds Visitors Centre. Again, as we recover from the pandemic, it cannot be right to shut down local attractions. People desperately want to visit their local parks in the spring and summer months, and we should be supporting them, not cutting services. And we note there is a possibility of a third party becoming involved, and that is a very strong possibility. But we need to make sure the facility is maintained until a permanent solution can be found. I compare that with the intention of the administration to borrow yet more money to build a play barn at Temple Newsham. My Lord Mayor, there are two proposals in the administration budget that we think are deeply and worryingly wrong. First of all, after all the work our emergency services have done and all the value they have added throughout COVID, which bright spark thought that now was the time to cut our PCSO numbers? Police community support officers are a valuable and much welcomed resource. The extra numbers were put in place by the coalition administration in Leeds between 2004 and 2010. And the pandemic has highlighted how all our blue light services can be adaptable and make a massive difference in a time of national crisis. To cut these numbers now is a kick in the teeth and sends out entirely the wrong message. The saving, something of 600, in the order of £600,000, is actually more than that, because more than half the funding comes from the Police and Crime Commissioner's office. It's not really acceptable as a thank you to these people who work so hard on our behalf to say we're cutting the numbers. And secondly, an extraordinary and baffling plan to cut the neighbourhood network-based budgets by £300,000. You've tried to hide this with an application of one-off test and trace grant money from the government that will slip the budgets for a year. You really can't be critical of government one-off grant funding when you're pulling the exact same stunt yourselves, and you have done so in the past. So you believe that after a year in which neighbourhood networks have played such a vital role in supporting shielding people, that as a reward they should have their budgets cut and then try to cover your tracks with a one-off government grant. It's wrong, you know it's wrong, and you're trying to cover it up, and that's unacceptable. And for all those people who back the remarkable work of neighbourhood networks over the past year, you should think long and hard about this. And frankly, you should support our amendment. And here I would like to thank both Councillor Norma Harrington and Caroline Anderson for their work on our part of the amendment relating to adult social care. There are other proposals in the budget linked to adult social care that we don't support: the closure of Richmond House in Farsley, Homeley in Rothwell. I'm sure other groups will also have concerns about this. not only in terms of the principle of withdrawing almost entirely from a provision, but on the impact the measures could have in communities, in particular West Leeds, which is once again being singled out for what we believe is an unfair share of financial restrictions. Richmond House is a respite care home, and if it is closed, then there will be no facility of this sort from the council in the west of the city. In contrast, we propose the development of a 60-bed dementia facility. So in contrast to you, we're looking to enhance specialist residential provision, and you're seeking to close them. We believe there is a long-term future for both these homes, and whilst our amendment only focuses on Richmond House, we will look carefully at other amendments, many of which that have been tabled today by other opposition groups, we will be supporting as well. I've already referred to our plans to remove inert and bulky waste charges, and we look again at developing more waste collection streams through glass and food waste. Your budget actually cuts these provisions, the people of Leeds. Really, we've been waiting too long for better services in this area, and it's not good enough to pass responsibility on to the government and blame them. On the one hand, you demand and have a whole series of powers to do all sorts of things in a proactive way. It seems to me that you just would rather sit back and blame others, and it's not acceptable. My Lord Mayor, we've seen in the past few months the impact bad weather can have on our roads. And Councillor Lewis again referred to cuts from the government. Nothing could be further from the truth. His council is proposing today to cut road maintenance by £3.5 million. The government is giving us an extra £5 million. And that money isn't supposed to be there to top up cuts made by Labour. It's supposed to be additional. So we want to see an additional £1.5 million to improve our roads and footpaths. And again, we suggest a proper investigation and use of warm mixed asphalt, WMA, that is both greener and more durable when used on our roads. Again, my Lord Mayor, having a fit-for-purpose road and footpath network is a benefit to all. We would introduce a housing company model to boost home ownership and utilise unspent affordable housing monies that have been available for 5 years. We sat on books totalling £6.5 million. There is clear desire for more home ownership, and this model is self-financing, and we would commit £7 million in 1 year to this agenda. We don't understand why you have not done it yet. The we know best attitude that is sometimes displayed in Leeds, in particular by the administration, is inhibiting to the future progress of the city. Again, you have decided to impose additional charges on self-payers linked to communal spaces, which this year have been closed due to lockdown, making the charges even more puzzling. It is true that housing benefit covers the majority of this, and our amendment is just for £176,000. But my Lord Mayor, these charges for self-payers should be scrapped altogether. They target vulnerable older people, who in many cases are just above the threshold for benefits. It's unfair and affects the weekly income of these residents. Unfortunately, my Lord Mayor, we've been forced to use some marked reserves for these amendments in our budget work. It's become increasingly clear to some people that a gross budget of 1.8 billion apparently can't be changed even by minor amounts without that impacting on the robustness of our budget changes. That's clearly unacceptable and not correct. But it's a position that for the moment we have to live with. Nevertheless, the use of earmarked reserves We would also make a 7 million additional commitment to the general reserve by delivering a 1% reduction in the £8 million budget for external procurement. We believe this to be realistic and one that in the private sector would be easily achievable. I have paid tribute to the public sector for the sterling work they've done during the pandemic. They have been shown at their best. If you want an area where the public sector does not perform at its best, it is procurement, whether that's in government or local government. And we do not believe that a 1% reduction is not achievable. Indeed, any department in the private sector, in large private companies tasked with a target of that level, would just get on and deliver it. As I've mentioned throughout, we must focus on recovery and renewal. We think our budget does that. My Lord Mayor, very quickly, I want to comment on the other amendments by other opposition groups, many of which, as I've said, we shall support. There is one in the name of the Greens, number 38, which we can't support, although in large part we agree with it, particularly where it refers to neighbourhood networks, waste, etc. But to finance that by cutting the salaries of senior staff who have managed our response to COVID in the city is not acceptable. I hope that we can get most opposition parties, and who knows, even some Labour members, to vote with our amendments. They focus on the future, they focus on strengthening the economy of the city and all our district and town centres, a total city package for all our communities. I have pleasure in moving the amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Lamb to second the amendment from.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I second and reserve my right to speak, which I will be exercising.
Thank you. Councillor Galton to move his amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. First of all, I was told that if we were to say anything nice about the outgoing ex-leader of the Labour group, then we should do it during our budget speeches. And given that Councillor Blake and my political trajectories have crossed once or twice for nigh on 20 years, I thought it was only appropriate that I should recognise the commitment that Councillor Blake has shown to the people of Leeds throughout the time that she's been representing various communities, because we first crossed swords in Wheatwood and then over children's services when we'd actually moved to other parts of the city. We're quite well travelled as elected councillors. But what I will say is the way that Councillor Blake has led the council as its first female leader has been one which, of course, policy-wise, we've objected in many ways, but personally, you can't object to the inclusive nature that the Blake leadership has had on the city, which has been particularly appropriate when we've had to draw together civically under the COVID pandemic. And I would just like to wish her well and hope that she will find time in her new role as a member of the House of Lords to spend time to try and abolish it. So thank you, Lord Mayor, for the indulgence there. First of all, just before I go into my speech, I'd like to thank the members of the finance team led by Victoria Bradshaw and Richard Ellis for their help that they've given once again to enabling us to bring forward amendments for the budget, which hopefully will be stimulating to the economic debate in the city. I will start now, and if you'll forgive me, I will be reading. So, Lord Mayor, just to let you know, in preparation for today's speech, I looked over the one that I delivered for the 2020 budget meeting, and what a difference a year makes. Yes and no. In some ways, it felt reassuringly or depressingly familiar depending on how you look at it. In 2020, we were just a week away from a groundbreaking Rishi Sunak budget that would spell out a framework for levelling up investment to tackle the north-south divide and get our economy running again. Well, so much for that one in 2020. Let's hope the one in 2021 actually delivers more than it promised. Also, of course, I was complaining in 2020 about how unfair it was that Manchester City region could retain 100% of its business rates because they had an elected mayor, whilst we had to make do with half of that. Well, we are going to have a mayor in 2 months' time, but we're still poor relations on the business rates retention front. And it looks like, according to Councillor Carter, we might have even less business rates to play with after that budget aforementioned. It was also notable, Lord Mayor, that we were waiting for adults and children's social care green paper to be produced by the national administration. And we are still waiting for that green paper, which is now 3 years after it was originally promised. And it would be really useful to have that accompanied by the universal recycling schemes, which were also promised by Mr. Gove, I seem to remember, quite a few years ago, and which was referred to by Councillor Lewis in his speech. But as I said, Lord Mayor, reassuringly very familiar this year to last year that we're still waiting for that. I also lamented another year lost without a clear commitment to the major roll and raid investment dependent on government finance that we need here in the north. Despite a Northern Transport Acceleration Council being set up by the Transport Minister Grant Shapps, he still hasn't defined what acceleration looks like. Indeed, he's just put the brakes on Transport for the North, an organisation he previously correctly described as a slow-moving talking shop. Their delayed plans for Northern Powerhouse Rail must now take second billing to the grand reveal of the Prime Minister's integrated rail plan next month. So let's see if we finally do get some clarity about what levelling up looks like in transport terms. In other ways, of course, Lord Mayor, never has a year felt so long ago. Not once in my 2020 speech do the words COVID, coronavirus, or pandemic appear. There's no mention of lockdowns, infection rates, or PPE. Lord Mayor, we are a different city, a different nation, a different world after what we have experienced together over the last 12 months. We've learned a lot about our resilience as individuals and communities. We have a better understanding of the knife edge that some families and businesses contend with daily to keep their necks above water. We have rediscovered the capacity for the wholesale adoption of mass behaviour change to safeguard the well-being of ourselves and those around us. As politicians, we've been tested to challenge our understanding of what is possible and refocus at pace to try and stay ahead of the virus. We must be mindful of this experience and reflect on what we've learned when deciding our priorities on behalf of the people of Leeds as we set our annual budget today. We must capture that spirit of common purpose and sacrifice that pervaded this city throughout the pandemic and repurpose it to build a more sustainable and inclusive future. We must capitalise on the evidence that Westminster does not always know best and that projects such as Test and Trace are more efficient and cost-effective when locally driven. We must recognise that in too many areas, we have been exposed as a two-speed city through the trajectory of the pandemic, and we must not make this worse by the choices that we make as we struggle with weakened finances looking forward. Lord Mayor, the Liberal Democrats group amendments, as always, seek to complement and enhance the core offer from the incumbent administration. We hope to offer direction where it's been lost, focus where it is lacking, and initiative where it's needed. Our intention is to enable the Council's different service areas to be more responsive to community needs and to enable every citizen to play their part in the bigger agendas facing our city. Throughout, we want to be a self-sustainable city, from caring for our vulnerable children, reducing our waste and carbon footprint, and travelling around the city and enhancing our community assets. It is encouraging that, although consistently opposed every year by the ruling group at the budget debate, some Lib Dem amendments do become council policy. and can be deleted from our perennial amendments list. Our amendments to invest in LED street lighting and on-street electric car charging facilities, although at first resisted, are now being implemented or considered. However, Lord Mayor, it is discouraging to discover that without the passion to deliver a decision, lip service fills the void of equipment. I'm referring to a particular example, Lord Mayor. In February 2019, we proposed for the second time the creation of a council-owned housing company to deliver affordable homes where they are in short supply around the city. It was voted down. Then an executive board paper appeared a matter of months later, proposing the exact same thing. Well, we could complain, but we didn't. Unfortunately, Lord Mayor, when we recently asked the administration to use the housing company that was mentioned in that executive board report to buy the Sugar Hill estate, whose residents face demolition and eviction from their homes, and you've had quite a bit of correspondence from them over the past few months, we were told that that housing company didn't actually exist. This Labour administration has done nothing in nearly 2 years to set such a company up. Unfortunately, Lord Mayor, this discovery was made too late to reintroduce an amendment for this year and too late to help those vulnerable families stay in their homes. However, one amendment that will be repeated from last year is to deliver the funding necessary to build a brand new home for children looked after here in Leeds. Councillor Lewis did mention the fact that the council is investing in a children's home this year. However, it has to be said that it's more of a day centre with respite facilities for temporary stays rather than a permanent home for some of our children looked after. The Children's Commissioner for England, Anne Longfield, over a year ago, released a report called Pass the Parcel, Children Posted Around the Care System, which called for investment in care accommodation to avoid sending children far away from friends and family, which can be detrimental to their well-being. This followed on from an all-party parliamentary group report calling for authorities to avoid placing children outside their area as their isolation makes them more vulnerable to exploitation by county lines organised crime. Leeds City Council places a significant proportion of its children looked after outside of the city, many more than the few that require a distant placement due to sexual exploitation issues. These outside placements may tick all the boxes necessary to fulfil the requirements of due diligence, but they are 50% more expensive and do not maximise the well-being of those children placed far away from support from family and friends. We show how this council, like others across the country, can invest in local accommodation, increase the well-being of our children, and also save the money that can be spent elsewhere to support our children, for instance, in early years, which is particularly under pressure. Lord Mayor, if Barnsley can commit to it to their budget this year, surely we can. Our amendment also calls on Children's Services to carry out a feasibility study to develop an employee buyout fostering agency. A similar exercise in adult social care some years ago led to the setting up of Aspire, which I have to declare an interest I'm on the board of. This is a social enterprise that delivers the lion's share of services for adults with learning difficulties in the city. This organisation does so to a high quality, with good value for money, and achieves a surplus on its council commissioned contract, which has been paid back to the council over consecutive years. Lord Mayor, Leeds Children's Services year on year has been unable to match the need for fostering places with a sufficient number of its own foster carers. This leads to a reliance on private fostering agencies that charge over 30% premiums to fulfil commitments to provide shareholder dividends. This leads to the service to overspend on its care budget every year, meaning other parts of Children's Services have to make cuts. An asset transfer of this service will make it more responsive to the foster care market, and they will be able to invest and attract more carers from the private sector, leading to lower costs for the directorate overall, who can invest the difference into more preventative services. Which brings us, Lord Mayor, to our next amendment that reverses the Labour administration's plans to close Homely House in Rothwell and Richmond House in Farsley. It frankly beggars belief that this council leadership expects a city that stood on our doorsteps in our thousands to clap for carers should calmly accept the closure of two popular local care homes without protest. It is particularly disappointing as it had been hoped that the lessons had been learned over the campaigns to save Dolphin Manor in Rothwell, Knoll Manor in Morley, Spring Gardens in Otley, and the Green in Seacroft. Place-based community-focused provision for our elderly is key to maximising their health and well-being. And the private sector, destabilised by COVID and increasingly dominated by big national brands, cannot be relied on to deliver that alone. A stable mixed economy must be developed, and with the Labour group turning its back on publicly provided services, it must allow time for social enterprise to take its place, and that is what this amendment calls for. Lord Mayor, the decision to close Holmley and Richmond House is all the more surprising as adult social care have been cheerleaders for the asset-based community development model in Leeds. Unfortunately, too often in this council, the decision whether to love it or list it is on local facilities in its ownership is based on its value to the market rather than the value to the community. Lord Mayor, Amendment 30 and 31 focus on the folly of losing long-standing facilities that make our diverse communities distinct in the name of defending the central budget in the short term. This approach in an asset-based community development context is little more than simple asset stripping. Lord Mayor, the Sailing Centre at Yeadon Tarn has been offering water-based activities for children across the city for decades. It sits in a park that sees 1 million visitors a year. The offer from the administration to discuss a voluntary sector takeover is welcome, but to leave the closure saving in the budget suggests potential bad faith over those discussions. Lord Mayor, our amendment will keep the centre open for another year to enable a sustainable takeover. Lord Mayor, Windmill Youth Centre is where Councillor Chapman attended youth club and met her future husband, not too many years ago, of course. It has been an institution in Rothwell for decades. Our amendment not only seeks to keep it open for the sake of the local young people, it also intends to save the council facing an embarrassingly hefty bill, far greater than the savings it hopes to make through closure, should it break its lease with the property owner. Lord Mayor, the example of Windmill Centre is indicative of a serious mismatch in poor remote management decisions, undermining the sustainability of local facilities, which necessitates the introduction of our Amendment 29. Our community centres should be buzzing with activity. Instead, too often, they are poorly maintained, underused, and generate low income. At the same time, community groups, families, and small businesses are frustrated that they cannot easily book a room or turn up to a locked building when they have paid for an event. The centralised community letting service under our amendment will be absorbed into the community's team to enable a re-engineering of community asset support to enable and increase social and cultural activity instead of impeding it. Amendment 27 is perhaps the most closely related to our COVID experience that I referred to earlier. Despite how our budget amendments are formally published, council budgets are not just about moving money around. They are also about investing in a just society. Every now and again, we need to evaluate how well we're doing things and whether the old ways of working still deliver the outcomes that we aspire to. This kind of rethinking is often associated with a shock in the system. At the beginning of the previous decade, during the fallout from the financial crash, Councillor Lewis's old ward colleague and predecessor as Labour group leader, Keith Wakefield, published the Commission on the Future of Local Government. It was a non-partisan and visionary document that recognised traditionally delivered local services were over and local government leadership needed reimagining. I shan't burden you with the detail, but it set the scene for the civic entrepreneurship and partnership-based role that the best councils pursue today. This amendment's call is for Councillor Lewis to revisit where Councillor Wakefield's document leaves off, and in the shadow of the pandemic, convene a community devolution commission for the city, which recognises the need to rebalance council focus from the centre towards residential neighbourhoods. This exercise would seek to build on the aims of the original commission by seeking to enable wards to develop 15-minute community neighbourhoods, stimulate economic activity, produce local health and wellbeing plans, and release the potential for devolved decision-making, service delivery, and budgeting within the city. Lord Mayor, amendments 22 and 24 are where the Liberal Democrat group feels that the council can be more responsive to the city's transport needs and rebalance investment to support local centres and communities than under its current plans. Let us begin with rail. This council has already shown its ability to deliver new train stations at Appley Bridge and Kirksall Forge, with further plans for White Rose and the airport. The desire to enable greater access for commuters on rail lines that already exist is a sound one. Although, as shown by the prioritisation of White Rose and the airport, the needs of serving commercial interests can outweigh that of the overcrowded commuter in deciding where investment happens. We believe that there are two very obvious candidates for the next stage of such rail expansion. And although the Labour group rejected the idea last year, and I think the year before, we hope that they will see the light this year. Methley has seen 3 rail stations close, and if this administration has its way, for over 5 years, that community will see serious disruption of its transport infrastructure thanks to the construction of the HS2 line. It would be just if this community could be reconnected to the Hallam line that already runs through it by a new station. Similarly, Woodside Quarry offers opportunity for greater use of the Harrogate line, with both schemes relieving pressure on nearby Woodlesford and Horsforth stations, as well as creating a more compelling case for extra carriages on these overcrowded routes as post-COVID patronage recovers. Lord Mayor, the Leeds Transport Plan is spending millions improving the public transport facilities in Leeds city centre to encourage people not to use their car by offering attractive alternatives. However, our town and district centres often have poor public transport and are the preferred shopping destination for many elderly and disabled people. As such, parking is essential to allow equitable access. Our proposal to end car parking charges in Otley town centre is because this city should be able to promote that we have free parking in all of our town centres to encourage people to shop local, keep our high streets thriving, and encourage their use as social hubs to reduce isolation. However, as I have mentioned before, Leeds city centre is the apex of the Leeds public transport system and current transport investment. It is therefore appropriate that measures be taken to encourage people to use the car less often to get into Leeds. We are therefore proposing a feasibility study to introduce a workplace parking levy, similar to that already in operation in Nottingham. This scheme has raised millions of pounds for transport investment in that city, has seen no depletion in business investment in the city centre, and helps to get their tram system built. Imagine what it could do for Leeds and our ambitions for mass transit. Lord Mayor, Leeds Health and Wellbeing Plan wants more of us outside, engaging in healthy exercise, social activities, and committing to active travel like walking and cycling. Under lockdown, we've spent more time in our local communities than ever before, and a significant proportion of us will continue to do so through greater home working. A higher proportion of working adults in residential neighbourhoods is hoped to stimulate economic and social activity on local high streets. With more of us spending more time on our neighbourhood streets in the future, this is a perverse time to be reducing the number of PCSOs we rely on to keep those same streets safe. That is why Amendment 25 seeks to reverse the axing of 37 full-time equivalent police community support officer posts funded jointly by Leeds City Council and the Police and Crime Commissioner. Lord Mayor, we would do this by transferring the annual subsidy for the council's trade union conveners and the savings accrued by freezing the annual payment made to Leeds 2023. Lord Mayor, our voters would not forgive us if we allow ourselves to leave untouched the subsidies enjoyed by well-funded exterior organisations, whilst laying off community-based police staff that keep us safe on our streets. Lord Mayor, from safer streets to greener streets, our small forestry team suffers from an often overwhelming workload. That means that there is a 3-year wait for non-urgent tree works. If we are to increase our tree cover in response to climate change emergency, we must ensure that people and trees can exist sustainably alongside each other. That means showing a commitment to building the skill set and capacity within the city to not only increase, but also to maintain effectively the trees that we hope to increase on our streets and open spaces. Our amendment is just a start in the arboricultural investment this council needs to make year on year if it is to match the environmental ambition of the people it serves. Lord Mayor, Amendment 23 in your order paper from the Liberal Democrat Group is about the city delivering a responsive waste service for our citizens. As I mentioned earlier, we often talk in this council about strength-based decision-making and asset-based community development. With greater community joint endeavour, we can point to in our city, how can we point to a better joint endeavour than the hundreds of thousands of dedicated households that week in, week out divide their household waste, wash out empty tins and present their rubbish on the street on an agreed day so that this city can recycle as much of its waste as possible. Lord Mayor, our residents are our community assets when it comes to managing the city's waste. They are enthusiastic recyclers and want to do more. And that is why it's counterintuitive that this council sets out to penalise people who want to dispose of their waste responsibly and surrenders its ambition to improve and excel its recycling back to the government of the day. The DIY tax on inert waste at council dumps, the bulky waste collection fees and the replacement bin charges imposed by this administration are blunt, punitive, money-raising ventures that our amendment seeks to end. This is not only because these fees disrespect and undermine the relationship that this council's waste team has with its key partner, the public, but also because it's counterproductive and has led to the council historically being identified as the worst local authority for reported fly tipping incidents. The latest casualty of this tendency to undermine the ability to dispose of waste responsibly is the closure of Ella Gill Waste Site. Supposedly reprieved, reducing its operating hours to merely weekends just shows that the council is more concerned with reducing the wage bill for their employees than enabling people on the edge of the city to have the same level of service as everybody else. Our amendment will reinstate the week-round access for residents while seeking to increase revenue from the commercial sector. Lord Mayor, I talked earlier about budget amendments that get recycled year after year, but there must be some record that this group can claim when it comes to our amendments calling for citywide food waste collection. Lord Mayor, it's over a decade since this Labour administration took over from the joint administration that carried out a food waste recycling pilot in Bothwell, thanks to the forward thinking of its local Lib Dem councillors. Annually since then, we have placed proposals before the ruling group to expand food waste recycling to other parts of the city that have been rejected every time, despite the city's recycling rates going backwards under their leadership. Since then, of course, this council has declared a climate change emergency, and to ignore once again the role that food waste recycling can play in reducing the city's carbon footprint would be irresponsible. To do so in expectation of an avalanche of funding associated with a government-led universal scheme would be naive and disingenuous. To postpone the inevitable need for investment in anaerobic digestion, whose waste products could both nourish the land and fuel our next generation of council vehicles, would be wanton procrastination. The proposal in this year's budget to end food waste collection altogether in the city is the most pitiful admission of failure and must not be allowed if we are genuinely to consider ourselves a city serious about reaching carbon neutrality in 2030. I appreciate Councillor Lewis has mentioned in his speech earlier that he wants to look at combined food and garden waste, but there are no proposals, there is no timescale, there is no schedule. Please reintroduce our food waste collection and get it expanded as soon as possible. There's a model that works. To conclude, Lord Mayor, as we emerge tentatively from the pandemic, if we are to believe our Prime Minister, we should be expecting to embrace normality a few months into the next financial year. However, it will be a very different normality to the one 12 months previous. Our city's budget should reflect a COVID-framed greater appreciation of the assets, human and physical, we have in this city, and a trust in the communities that constitute our great city to be up to the job of delivering that greener, caring, prosperous future we all aspire to. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Bentley to second the amendment.
Thank you, Lord. Excuse me. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yeah, I second the amendment in the name of Councillor Galton and reserve the right to speak, which I will be taking.
Councillor Hutchinson to move the amendment.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. If I may, my Lord Mayor, start with thanks from the Marylebone Independent Group to Councillor Blake, or I think now known as Baroness Blake of Leeds CBE, for her leadership since 2015. Quite surprisingly, the first ever female leader of Leeds City Council, but hopefully not the last. I don't know about other colleagues who have attended many Zoom meetings over the last 12 months, but I'll certainly miss pondering what's behind the timber door, whilst appreciating quietly to myself why the patriotic NBI green wall that we've all become aware of positioned over Councillor Blake's right shoulder. That's perhaps maybe a secret NBI supporter. The NBI group warmly welcome Councillor Lewis as he steps up to lead the council and look forward to strengthening the cross-party relationship under his tenure, or at least until the comrades lose 6 seats in 10 weeks' time. This will only be my third budget meeting, and I'm pleased to say that the NBI amendment has been dusted off once again. But this year it comes to full council, having been quarantined for 10 days, vaccinated and sanitised. It feels like we're welcoming an old friend back into the bosom after 3 lockdowns, countless confusing rules, working from home, tier 3, tier 2, the rule of 6, homeschooling, driving to Barnard Castle to test your eyesight, and also faking having COVID as a publicity stunt. My Lord Mayor, on moving the NBI budget amendment, may I pass on my thanks and the thanks of the NBI group to Richard Ellis and the rest of the financial team, whose patience, good humour and straight talking is always greatly appreciated. The last year is undoubtedly the worst any of us will ever experience and witness, but with the dedication of the Leeds City Council officers, Leeds City Council staff, the NHS staff and the many volunteers and the unsung heroes in Leeds, Leeds City Council can stand proud that it has looked after its residents and proven to be the best city in Leeds, in the UK. That said, the NBI group offer our deepest condolences to the families and friends of the many Leeds residents who have lost their lives sadly as a result of the pandemic. Something that I feel does merit a mention, and something that the NBI group do welcome, is the excellent cross-party working over the last year in tackling the pandemic in the city. The regular outbreak board meetings are a wealth of information and prove that cross-party working is possible. The financial burden over the last 12 months has impacted greatly on the city, like we would have never expected. And we know this isn't even the start of the end, making balancing the books harder now than ever before. Where we all appreciate that there is no more fat to cut from the beast, and that we are facing the inevitable conclusion that the council will indeed have to stop offering some of the services it presently does. But these decisions need to be managed properly and fairly. The decisions should prioritise to maintain quality of life issues, libraries, sports centres, community hubs, local action groups, youth work, parks, public rights of way, community safety, the support for younger people, the pensioners and the vulnerable. Once these quality of life supports are gone, they are gone for good. The Marylebone Independent Group welcome the increase to the minimum wage, the national living wage, as well as the council's commitment to do better than the national average and support those who work for the council but who find themselves on a lower wage. The Marylebone Independent Group also welcome the recent white paper to put the government to extend the additional £20 per week universal credit payment to those who find themselves at no fault of their own on universal credit. The Mulliborough Independent Group would again like to see a saving brought by reducing officer support in the community committees. This has already started with the officers and staff who have already left under the ELI scheme. The need for the community committee in its present form offers no real benefit to the communities that it covers. Ward members would have more impact and get more done directly for the communities if the saving of £322,000 were transferred to the strategic budget, so that ward members could use the funds in the same way MICE money is injected into the areas where it is needed, at the heart of the communities. The MBI group are also calling for a reduction of 31% in all members' special responsibility allowances, offering a saving of £231,000. There's no doubt that we all work extremely hard and often long, unsociable hours. Calculating the hourly rate of a ward councillor will more than likely have them earning less than the minimum wage. However, we believe spending over large sums on special responsibilities is excessive, especially when we know that some remunerations are used more like administration loyalty reward points. Now, we all know that the cost of a vote, say for example at community committee level, can cost you around £21,000 on top of a standard £16,000 member allowance. And that position that £21,000 vote gets you is a community committee chairman that only represents 1/3 of the community, who is on also an additional £11,000 of his above the standard £16,000 member allowance. The administration should show leadership here and not demand that others find savings without the comrades contributing a penny. By reducing the members' special responsibility allowance by 31%, we propose £66,000 is injected into the communities and environmental budget to reverse the closure of the vital community centres and the administration is planning to close due to budget cuts. Lewisham Community Centre, Allerton Bywater Youth Centre and Windmill Youth Centre are vital to the communities where they deliver a vast array of community activities. They are more vital than a strategic vote in a community committee, and they are more vital than obscene members' remunerations. Additionally, we propose that the additional £165,000 saving is allocated to the strategic budget for a revenue contribution to the ward-based initiative scheme, where again ward members can decide where the additional funds are needed in their own wards with greater impact at the heart of the communities. Turning now to council house building, it would have been at this point where I would ask for a minute's silence, but at the risk of someone shouting that I'm on mute, or someone's doorbell ringing, or even Councillor Finnegan's poodle barking 30 seconds into the silence, I will ask instead for a moment of reflection that it is now 40 years since a single council house was built in Morley. We all know Morley is a very sought after area, and we obviously put that down to the fiercely independent community spirit. But the 2,000 plus people on the Morley's waiting list have been let down by successive governments. The Conservatives, the Labour and the Coalition have had no proposals to change the 40-year council housing gap. It's clear Leeds City Council has found, through the prudential borrowing, the money needed to introduce a new council housing programme to build new council homes for residents in certain locations in Leeds. Where this is to be applauded, the same considered approach needs to be adopted across the whole city and not restricted to certain locations favoured by the administration. The MBI proposal includes an exciting and innovative plan to run a modest council housing building programme in Morley that will address our chronic and significant housing waiting list challenges. If this pilot programme is successful, then it can be run out to all of the wards. Every ward has similar challenges in terms of its council housing waiting list, but not every ward has benefited from the Leeds City Council new council housing building programme. One final note on council housing is that it doesn't make commercial sense to sell a council house less than it would cost to build a new one. The right to buy schemes are great if people are looking to purchase their forever home. We really need to be building council housing and not selling it. The MBI group would like to see a reduction in the contributions to trade union officials of £240,000. Morley residents don't want their council tax contributions to Leeds City Council to be gifted to the trade unions by Leeds City Council, only then to be donated to the annual election campaigns of the comrades. Clearly a lost leader and a waste of money in anybody's book, especially when it comes to the fiercely independent Morley. Money can be better spent on increasing the strategic budget of £240,000 for the ward members' My scheme, as mentioned earlier. When every department in Leeds City Council is tasked with cost saving and operating leaner budgets, it's unfair and unreasonable that Leeds City Council trade unions should be immune to this request. The NBI Group appreciate that the administration's budget is a fair one. We welcome the need to increase the council tax by 1.99%, and in an attempt to minimise the impact on this on the Morley folk, Morley Town Council have agreed to reduce the precept by 9%. The Marylebone Independent Group still believe that the social care levy on the council tax is a blunt instrument and that additional work needs to be done at a national level to resolve a long-term, sustainable and significant increase in adult social care funding. We also welcome the increase in spending on children's services and applaud the excellent work that department has undertaken to protect all our children and provide them with the best possible start, even more so over the last 12 months. Additionally, we welcome the decision to keep the children's centres open. The Marylebone Independent Group do not welcome the reduction in the PCSO funding. During a time of national crisis and after the dedication the PCSOs have given during the pandemic in supporting and protecting the communities throughout Leeds, a reduction in this funding is a disgrace and a kick in the teeth to the very people that protect us. As in previous years and traditionally, opposition party amendments will be voted on by their own individual merit. Some ideas are good, some are interesting, and some are just downright balmy. As in every year, we will listen closely and carefully to colleagues, weigh up the points, and debate and vote accordingly. Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I formally move the Marylebone Independent 2021 budget amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Kinder to second.
My Lord Mayor, I would like to second the amendment, and I would also like the right to speak as well, please. Thank you.
Councillor Mark Dobson to move the amendment.
Good afternoon and thank you, Lord Mayor. In moving the amendments on behalf of the Garforth and Swillington Independent Party, I would also firstly like to start by echoing comments that have been made today by colleagues around members of council who are elevated to new positions. I wish them all well. Colleagues who've served in senior positions who are either stepping down or moving on. And I think that's actually important to say, because whatever our differences at this council, it is a tough job to be in administration. It's a tough job to make decisions, and it is often a thankless task. So thank you for those who are stepping up for the first time, and thank you for those who are stepping down. Your service is always appreciated. I also think it's really important this year of all years to thank our officers and staff who, in the most difficult of possible circumstances, have really stepped up and helped get this council over the line in terms of delivering our functions. Obviously, we lost a lot of staff at the turn of the year through the early leaver scheme, and it was really disappointing and sad because we had some really genuinely skilled people working in our organisation, and it would have been nice, wouldn't it, to give them the send-off that they so richly deserve, but we couldn't do that, and I'm hoping at some stage as a city we can rectify that and put that right in some small way. I'd also like to pay a personal tribute to staff working in adult social care and communities, because wearing another hat in my professional life, I've worked closely with these sets of officers for the last year, and their work on behalf of this city, keeping vulnerable people safe from harm during the pandemic in the most fundamental ways, getting people food, getting people access to prescriptions, has been second to none, I believe. And again, It's a huge testament to how this city has stepped up to the pandemic. And I'm also going to pay tribute to, I know she's stepping down from her senior role, Councillor Charlwood, who I think was thrown in at the deep end and did a very, very creditable job indeed in leading on that agenda through an extremely fraught and difficult time. Who could have possibly thought a year ago where we would be today? But we are, and it's been dealt with admirably by the officers and members responsible for those duties. Also, our frontline workers. Let us not forget, Lord Mayor, that throughout the pandemic, those frontline services still had to be delivered, and men and women were on the front line. And in the early days of the pandemic, let's remember, COVID-19 was, well, it's been, hasn't it, the most dreadful public health crisis. But we were stepping into the unknown, and yet day in, day out, council staff put themselves on the line in the most unknown circumstances, and it must have been frightening, terrifying for both themselves and their families. And as a city, we owe that group of men and women the single biggest cyber round of applause imaginable. And I'm sure that when the time is right, their hard work will be reflected, and rightly so. I always think that the budget meeting, whilst it's probably the most important meeting in the council calendar, is also at times one of the most redundant. The reality is this is my 14th budget meeting. And in that time, I think if memory serves, I can only ever remember one budget amendment ever being accepted by either the current administration or the former coalition administration. I think David Blackburn once got one over the line. So congratulations, David, you're doing very well. But there's a serious point here. I actually believe that amongst the 99 of us, and I know I say this like a repeated mantra, there is skill and talent within this council. And also for all 99 of us, I'm a firm believer that none of us get into politics for the wrong reasons. We all get into it to serve our city. And this is the one meeting of the year when colleagues do have the opportunity to put forward amendments that can add value. And I feel like offering up a prayer to St. Jude, the patron saint of lost causes, because I know the amendments today are not going to find favour with the administration. But actually, and I think Councillor Galton alluded to this, some of them may find favour further down the line. But I do think there's a lot of talent and ability within this council, and especially in the year of COVID, 2 years of COVID now. These are skills and knowledge that really needs to be tapped into in a more mature way. I also think it's important at this stage, and the point's been well made already, but I will reiterate it on behalf of our group, the most sincere condolences to anybody in Leeds who have lost a loved one, a family member or friend, and of course to broaden those condolences across anybody in the United Kingdom who has suffered a loss. In a completely unprecedented year in many of our lifetimes, I also think it's an opportunity for us as a council to exercise a little bit more humility and maybe kindness towards one another. And I think the budget meeting is an appropriate setting for us to sort of reevaluate and re-look again at our role as city leaders and how we can best move this city forward. Moving on to the some of the broader budget proposals. I've heard a lot today about adult social care provision, and in a well-meaning way, I think we've also had the usual round of the blame game. But I think the fundamental problem with the funding of adult social care has been an ongoing problem for decades, and it's a simple one. No political party of any persuasion has ever been able to get a grip on this issue and work out a way which will inevitably, at some stage, cost the taxpayer more money to invest in a proper, sustainable provision for adults in later life. We've all dodged it in our time as a former member of the Labour Party. It was dodged under the Blair government. It was dodged under the Brown government. It was dodged under the coalition, and it's been dodged in more recent times by Theresa May. who, well, she actually did probably lose a parliamentary majority on the back of speaking some unpalatable truths. But the unpalatable truth is the government must get a grip once and for all in how we fund provision for our older citizens. And this year, it is fair to say that the 3% burden has fallen on the council taxpayers of Leeds and will fall upon them in a way that is short-termist and unsustainable. And I think we need a much more mature, party politic light, if that's possible, approach to how we deal with this particular issue. In terms of the 1.99% increase, our group believes that obviously the administration has to balance the budget. But we do believe within that budget there is still an element of control that could be taken back in terms of making that either a lesser figure or to remove it, because even in these straitened times, there are still options that the administration could have progressed. It is kind of heartening that after 4 years nearly as the lone voices on these issues, other groups are catching up, if you like, in terms of Leeds 2023. Again, I don't think any member of any administration goes into any project thinking, I know I will be a profligate spender of the council's money. But equally, I think in what has happened in the last 12 months, it is now time for a huge re-evaluation of this project and if it offers value for money for the Leeds taxpayer. We would have put down an amendment on this today, and I'm sure some people are surprised we haven't, being the sort of loudest and longest voices on this issue. But the reality is, when you look at the way that this contract is bundled up, and that's another thing the council really has to look at, how we get involved in such complex and restrictive contractual deals. Even if the budget amendments were passed today to reduce that element of funding, then the way the contract is actually framed, it would need agreement from both parties. If monies were actually not forthcoming from the devolution money that would pay for the bulk of Leeds 2023, then the default position would be the Leeds taxpayer would be responsible for paying for Leeds 2023. And it seems to us as a group that at a time when people are crying out for frontline services to be at least maintained, this does not represent the best value for money in terms of our collective spend. And we would therefore ask colleagues to look with sympathy at any amendment that looks to reduce this element of council spending. But again, with the caveat, even if it was passed in council today, the chances of that ever being implemented are limited by the very restrictive nature of the contract. I think we need to learn some lessons around that. Also, looking at Leeds 2023, this is an open question. What do we actually mean by culture? Because my cultural activities, I like to go to concerts, I like to go to the theatre, but my choice in cultural activity will be entirely different from many, many other people's. And I don't think that as a city, we can impose our view of what culture should look like. And of course, when we get right down to it, within the administration budget this year, we're looking at the closure of the visitor centre at West Leeds at the country park there. Now, many people will view that as a cultural activity. Likewise, I believe all culture starts with the picking up and reading of a book. And again, that is a matter of personal taste and preference. But when we are looking at reducing library hours at a popular, vibrant community hub like Garforth Library, how can we then turn around and say that we are supporting culture? Surely culture must begin at home. It's been such a peculiar year, and it's actually quite it's quite a good position to be in as an independent, because you can give a critique on the last year without having to default to party politics. And who would have thought that a Tory government would actually have been involved in the largest, almost socialist intervention in terms of an injection of finance into the country to keep the country afloat? And Councillor Andrew Carter early in the meeting alluded to a figure of £605 million of direct interventions into Leeds. Let's hope we never have to have those sort of interventions again, but let's also be mature enough to accept that they actually took place. And actually say a word of thank you for the way that the city has been effectively salvaged from ruination in this most particular and strangest of years. Locally, in the ward that we represent, we've seen some real positive interventions. Many local businesses have been massively supported and kept from closure through the business rate support scheme. And we've seen our district centre survive as a direct intervention of government and the administration. And thank you to those officers within local government who have implemented and overseen that spend. I think it's also important at a very micro level to again acknowledge the funds that have come in through the community committee that local members have had autonomy to spend within the budget this year. And again, we've done a great deal to support many groups, but in our ward, we focused on young people specifically because we believe that this year will have a marked impact on those young people for years and years to come in ways that we have no real knowledge yet. And a plea to council, and I do not think this will fall on deaf ears because this council has an exemplary record of its work with young people. But we cannot allow the young cohort of 2020 and 2021 to be that forgotten generation. They are going to need extra support in ways that we simply cannot fathom out yet. And I think it's incumbent upon us as a council to ensure that the funding is always there to ensure that no young person falls through any gaps based on the misfortune of whatever their date of birth may have been. I'd like to talk a little bit about the environment and maybe some of the proposals in the amendments that we will be supporting, but equally some of them that we won't. The environment in Leeds has always been probably my greatest passion as a councillor. And when the city gets things right, we get them very right. But sometimes in budget amendments, I see things that, and this is no disrespect to colleagues, come across as a little bit of showboating, a little bit of too much community focus. And I'd remind all members that in a budget setting, we are acting as a city council. The stark reality is that perhaps Ella Gill should have been realigned in terms of its service provision some considerable time ago. And I'm speaking nearly 5 years ago. Certainly in terms of food waste collection and glass waste, less so. But we have to look at methods within this city to enhance our recycling position, but in a way that is fiscally responsible. And I was around when the maths was done, and I would hesitate to claim anything other than that. I don't think the maths will have changed within that time. And for us as a group, we simply do not see in the current financial environment food waste being an option. But why don't we get a little bit more creative and look at some of the more micro models that could be adopted? We need to significantly reduce and again reoffer people's ability to compost. We should reduce costs around composting. And we should also make sure that other services are fully supported in terms of our bulky waste collection. I'll be speaking a little bit more about that later, but the reality is bulky waste should have remained free of charge because the simple fact is, and believe you me colleagues, I have tried, to find a simple answer for 4 years now as to whether this actually generates any savings to this council. And what I'm consistently told is this: well, actually, because of the locality method of working, we cannot simply collate and report any net savings against bulky waste as opposed to the net increased costs of removing fly tipping. And I think until that argument can be made one way or another, then every opposition party should be supporting the removal of bulky waste charges. So really, when you look at our opportunities as a city, both at a micro level and a macro level, they are vast for our environment. And I think it's incumbent upon all of us in the coming years to really mean business around our carbon targets. We as a group are mystified when yet more car parking schemes, this one around Leeds Market specifically, are being progressed by the administration at a time when we have set comprehensive and achievable, but it'll be tough, carbon targets. So I think in terms of our overall economy, it must always be balanced against the environment. But that said, some of the amendments today, actually, we won't be supporting because they don't make financial sense. And anything we do as an authority from here on in has to stack up and the books must balance. So with those words of caution, really, some of the amendments that we will be supporting today from opposition groups other than our own. Because, as I've alluded to earlier, good ideas are not the exclusive property of one particular party. In Garforth and other parts of the ward, we do have horrendous problems with flooding. Residents often say to us, the gullies need clearing out. And you look at them and they're as clear as a bell, and yet still the water overflows at key locations, often threatening people's houses. And it isn't the gullies, it's the infrastructure that sits around them. And we do need to do more and invest more into making sure that we're not cleaning out gullies for the sake of it, where that water simply will not go anywhere at the time of a flood incident. And again, it links to our environment, it links to keeping communities safe from flooding, safe from excess water. And this has been a problem ever since I came onto the council in 2007. I'm sure colleagues will remember the horrendous floods of June and July that year. And whilst we've made massive progress as a city, we still need to spend and invest in getting those fundamentals right. I've commented earlier that our group are really not mindful today to look at too many local amendments that we think are maybe, let's face it, we all do it, leaflet fodder. And we wanted to look at the city at a macro level, but we're going to make one exception, and that is around the closing of the visitor centre at Pudsey. Because again, we go back to that fundamental point that post-COVID, local people have got used to, and it's great, and actually it's something we should tap into, using their own very local resources. I was involved in a campaign for many years to save Parlington from house building, and it was only last summer that I actually walked the Parlington route and saw how beautiful it was in that woodland. And I think that can be replicated in lots of communities. So when we look at Pudsey, I think to remove that centre at a time when we are saying we're a city that wants to support culture is frankly bonkers. Surely that cultural and activities that need to be supported and maintained and nurtured are actually in our local communities. We need more of that. And maybe for now, in times of financial difficulty, less big picture, more small picture, micro, local community activities. Dementia care has always been a significant issue for my group and myself personally, and we welcome any move in terms of amendments that looks to enhance dementia care provision. I think only a fool would say that there is one right and wrong answer to this. There is extremely good dementia care provision in the private sector and the charitable sector working within this city. However, it's still too mixed a picture in terms of CQC ratings. There is good, there is indifferent, and believe me, because I've seen it firsthand, where we've had to intervene and remove a resident, sadly no longer with us, from a care home dealing with dementia care, the bad. And therefore, we still believe it's incumbent upon this city to offer that mixed service of provision to ensure that everybody gets the best possible care in terms of dementia. Because, colleagues, this situation is going to worsen. Part of long life inevitably means that more complex health conditions do come into play, such as dementia, and we need to be prepared and robust as a city to deal with that. Moving quickly to our amendments, thank you to my two ward colleagues for their huge amount of input, not just at budget setting, but throughout the year. Again, difficult to square the particular circle of a rent increase and service charge increase for housing tenants in a year when, frankly, people are feeling strapped, everybody's feeling the pinch. There will be service charges and a council tax raise coming in from other angles. So we think that particular body of people have been penalised enough. And also I would ask at this point, and I'm sure many colleagues can replicate this, the service charge itself, it could be argued in this current year, has been for a service that hasn't been fully forthcoming. The community centre element that's often attached to sheltered housing has been closed. I haven't had that regular interface one-to-one with wardens. Even things like the community washing areas have been strictly restricted because of the pandemic. So we do not think it's appropriate this year to increase those charges and rents for that particular group of council tenants. In terms of the managed zone, we would like to see the money that is currently being put into that project to be realigned to actually take a fundamental look again at how the women in that particular situation are extracted and helped to leave that situation. And Councillor Field has meetings already lined up with people like Alan Canton, who've worked in other areas such as Ipswich, to try and help move forward that agenda. So we're not actually saying we would like money to be taken out of that particular service, but certainly realigned and restructured. And finally, we've spoken on bulky waste, and I don't really intend to dwell on it anymore, but I would strongly urge colleagues within the administration to think again about this, because the reality is we simply don't know what it's saving us as an authority. And whilst Leeds has so much good, solid evidence of improvement of a city going on, even through difficult times, I don't think anybody wants to see Leeds as top of the pops in terms of fly tipping across our city. So if colleagues from all parties could please think again on that and give serious consideration to waiving those charges, I think we will quickly see an improvement in our environment. A difficult year for all colleagues. Thank you to all of the other 98 members for a huge intervention, the kind that none of us as elected members would ever have thought we'd been engaged in. But right across the piece this year, I've seen a massive amount of good work, goodwill. Let's try and build on that. And on that positive note, Lord Mayor, oh, by the way, thank you for sticking around another year. We move our Garforth and Swillington independent amendments. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Field to second the amendment.
Lord Mayor, is Councillor McCormack present? It may be Councillor Field still experiencing difficulties communicating with the meeting.
If that's okay with Councillor McCormack, are you available?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd like to second our amendment motion.
Thank you. Councillor David Blackburn to move the amendments.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. firstly, I'll refer to my list to thank you. I'd like to associate myself with the comments earlier of the Lord Mayor and other people regarding the late Christine McNiven, and for the service to the council, and it's sad to hear of somebody dying at any time, but at a younger age, it's not really acceptable. I think we found far too many people in that position over the last 12 months with COVID, and it's sad all the way around. And then can I also thank the team, Victoria Bradshaw's team, particularly Richard Ellis, who had to put up with me at 1 or 2 meetings when I was still getting over COVID, so I was coughing and spluttering all over the place, obviously online, and he had to put up with me in that, and not probably not the best of tempers, while we were going through the issues that were that was in the budget. So thanks very much for that help. It was really, really good. And if ever I did need any help, it was this year. The issues were difficult, and I was not myself in the best of health, as I said. And then I'd like to also congratulate Councillor Blake on her movement up to the House of Lords. I've always found it very easy to deal with. We might not have always agreed, but the fact is, I'll miss her communications and that, and I wish her well. And also congratulate Councillor James Lewis on his election as leader. Hopefully we can work together, because obviously being of different parties doesn't mean you always disagree on everything. There's lots and lots of stuff we agree on, and I hope that James will try and do things in an open way that involves us all, so we can move forward together. I don't expect him to go and second all my motions like he did at last council meeting, but the fact of the matter is that I'm sure there's lots there we can work on together to move things forward. And I think over the coming months and years, we're going to need that. We're going to need that collective action together. Anyway, moving on, and also, can I also join with the thanks for the staff that have worked through what has been a year like no other. They have done their best to actually try and deliver some services, even though sometimes people were ill and they were understaffed, and we have not necessarily been working in the best conditions that could be. So thank you very much to those, and I think we need to keep up the good work. We might well be approaching the end of this phase with the vaccination, but we've had one hell of a year, but the future is going to be very, very difficult, and we need people's support, and we need to work together to deal with that. Can I also say that, moving on to budget, as I said, I've just said, I think we need to work together across party. I think it would be unfair not to say that we haven't had support from the government, because we have had a lot of support from the government. We might say we need more, and we might say we need something long-term sorting out about the funding for local government, particularly to do with social services. I think Councillor Dobson mentioned about this long discussion about social services. I remember back in '98 when I got elected, the Labour government talking about the black hole that was coming ahead, but nothing was done. I remember when the coalition came in, they were talking about the black hole and things needed to be done, but nothing was done. And since the Conservatives have run the country on their own, the same situation occurs. Well, now with COVID, we've got to a stage where we have got to go and do something about it. I don't see any other way. Local government cannot continue to fund this in the levels it is doing without other funding being made available, because if it carries on at this rate, the normal services that our constituents expect us to deliver, we will not be able to deliver. And I've also got to say that there are major difficulties, I think, in the general funding for local authorities. The issue, of course, is we're only 1 year. We're only funded for 1 year, so you can't make long-term decisions. And we need to make those long-term decisions to deal with the problems that have come from the COVID epidemic. I understand central government are in a position where their finances are under pressure, but it needs something like happened after the Second World War with Marshall Plan in Europe within our own country. That what we've got to do is we've got to pull together and put our differences behind us and move forward. And if we don't do what has been a really bad year, will be with us for the next couple of generations. The effects of it, not obviously COVID, but the knock-on effects of COVID. So I think we need to do that. I've got to say, the speeches weren't as bad as I expected, but we're still getting some Labour saying Labour do everything right and Conservatives saying they do everything right. And of course, the truth of the matter is that we all do something right sometimes and we get it wrong, other times. And we've got to stop being like that, and we've got to move on forward with that. As I say, I look forward with Councillor Lewis to try and work together with him across party, and I think we've got to do that. We've got to see things together. We've got to come to a consensus on the broad issues, because otherwise we will not go there. And quite honestly, what he needs all of us on side, from whatever part of the opposition, to go and argue a case that funding for Leeds is improved. Now, can I move on to my amendments? Right. Our amendments are as follows. In our view, one of the reasons for Leeds becoming the capital of fly tipping, and that's not me calling it that, that's what one of national papers published, is the existing charges for bulky waste collections. This has deterred some people from doing the correct thing, and with an additional charge, this will only get worse. We are therefore proposing that we take 222k out of this year's contributions to Leeds 2023 and using it to remove the charge. It is our belief that in the long term, by doing this, we can significantly reduce the fly tipping and so reduce costs. Charging for services like this, in our view, is a false economy. In the long run, it costs us more money. On my second amendment, which one would call the controversial one. Oh no, sorry, that's the third one, isn't it? My second amendment relates to a one-off increase to the community's budget of 90,000 to reverse the closure of West Leeds Country Park Visitor Centre. This centre was set up to help people in West Leeds and Pudsey understand their local environment and wildlife that lives in this part of Leeds. It's been used for conservation work with the tansy beetle, which was introduced into a part of my ward, and the native crayfish along the beck near Post Hill. Among other things, this will will not happen if the centre permanently closes. The centre, which was used by the Postal Action Group and the West Leeds Country Park Group, has effectively evicted those two groups from its premises. And really, we need that facility for those groups to work. In our view, what we need to do is a one-off payment for this year, forgive us 12 months, so that local members in Pudsey and the Outer West Area Committee can look at this and come up with proposals that uses this centre for its educational purposes on one hand, and other viable issues on the other. I've got to say, my own view with this is that if you take this away, you're taking effectively West Leeds Country Park away. We're not going to do any. We're not going to see any work on that. It'll be done. The work that would have been done elsewhere. And I think, as Councillor Carter said, it's one of these things where the cuts fall on the West more heavily than elsewhere. And if I move on to my third amendment, which others is the controversial one. Firstly, we want to reduce member allowances by 9% and special responsibility allowances by 28%. That, incidentally, would bring the allowance scheme in line with what we claim as green councillors. So we're not asking people to do what we don't already do. But since 2010, we've had we've lost lots and lots of staff. Now, the fact is if we're losing staff, what are we doing as councillors? Well, we can't make some of us redundant. We're stuck with 99 councillors, whether we like it or not, because that's what is set at the moment. But what we can do is we can do something about the allowances. We can cut that down and do our part, because that's all we're asking. I also propose a 5% cut in the salaries of the most senior staff on the council. I've got to say, if some of my constituents knew some of what these salaries was, they'd never dream that anybody would be paid that. So I think we need to try and do that as well. This would be used for the cessation of charges for disposal of inert waste, the cessation of charges for residents for the replacement black and brown bins, and 180k through to the community committees to be split between the 9 priority estates, which currently do not get any funding. Amongst those are the Bournes, the Heights in my ward, Enshaw, Oak Park, John O'Goats, etc. Most of which are situated in areas where there's a propensity to elect opposition councillors, strangely enough. I further propose 195k increase for the wellbeing budget and a reversing of the 300k reduction made to neighbourhood networks. And my final amendment is the injection of £1 million for additional works on collapsed gullies. As far as I'm concerned, it's a no-brainer. We all complain about flooding. We all complain about in certain places, and we all know where we have problems with gullies, where they've collapsed. But try and do something about it. What you get is, there's no problem there. We don't need to do that. Well, we do need to do it. The first thing we need to do is do that work. £1 million might not be enough, but it's a start. But let's get that sorted. Places like just down the road from me on the ring road at Butt Lane, there is a collapsed one on the gyratory going into town that I know of, and there's be loads more. And I feel we've got to do that. And the thing is it's crying out to be done. and not to do it would be irresponsible. So I would say, whatever, please try and support that amendment. With the other group's amendments, what we've generally decided to do is if the general direction of the amendment is in the support of some of the areas that we support, we will vote in favour of them, apart from if they cross certain red lines. I've got to say, and I'll direct this to Councillor Andrew Carter. It's just a pity that you did not that the amendment on Richmond House gets its funding from an area where we cannot support, because we want to support Richmond House, but we can't vote for that amendment. We will not vote against it, but we will not support it. But we are going to support a similar amendment from Councillor Galton that refers to Richmond House. So you have our moral support. And among the amendments we will be supporting are 1, 4, 5, 7, 11, 19, 26, 28, 30, 33, 34 and 35. And there's a couple of others where we are making our mind up on. So as I said, that's my budget amendment. But what I would say, I'll repeat what I said at the start off, is we might be coming towards the end of the COVID crisis during this year, but the effects of it are going to be with us for a long, long time, and particularly on local government finance. And I feel that what is needed is not party knockabout. What it is sensible working together to try and move the thing forward. I move my amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Anne Blackburn, second.
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. Well, I think that David said most of the things that needed saying as far as the Green Group's concerned. But I will mention 2 or 3 matters. Of course, I do hope that people support us on the matter of collapsed gullies. And that these can lead to flooding. And as the other councillor Blackburn, David Blackburn, my husband, has already said, the fact is that lots of areas have suffered from flooding during the last few years. I think it's probably due to climate change. And in our area, we have roads that suffer, particularly off the ring road in Wortley and Farnley. But we have had houses that have flooded a few years ago, and only 2 or 3 weeks ago we had houses on Branch Road. They're the ones that were flooded, as I said, a few years back, and people were worried that the water was going to get in again. And I saw it. I kept going round because I live about 10 minutes away from there, just in some back-to-back houses, actually, as I said, a few minutes away from there. And if ever there's flooding, I always go and check, because I know that there is problems. And I know that people get worried, of course they do. And as I said, money into collapsed gullies could help that. But also, while I'm mentioning about the flooding that happened a few weeks ago, I would like to say thank you to our local police, because they were at the spot. A lady was actually directing traffic off of Branch Road, because you do get traffic coming through, and that takes the water into these people's gardens, where they're likely to get flooded. The houses, as I said, have been flooded before because the gardens slope down from the road. And a lady police officer there did a fantastic job. She wanted to get home for a tea, but she was waiting until highways came. And in fact, though I appreciate our highways people will have been doing other things, when I rang up, they turned up with barriers way after lunch. Well, sorry, way after sort of tea time. And then the police lady went home, so she did a fantastic job. But I do know that, as I said, she was a police constable. But I do know the PCSOs help as well. And I also know that if the funding is cut, the police won't have these PCSOs to help. So we need those PCSOs, all our wards need those. And as I said, it was the police that helped a few weeks ago. But if the PCSOs hadn't been doing other things in other areas, we probably wouldn't have had the police there. And as I said, the highways blocked the roads off. But by the time they got down to Branch Road, quite frankly, I kept ringing them up, and we got stuff there. But as I said, there's things that need to be done there. But we need to work with the police, and we need our PCSOs. So we will be supporting the Conservative amendment that takes that into account, to retain the additional PCSOs, and also to retain the West Leeds Country Park Centre. And we'll also be supporting the Lib Dem, the Lib Dem proposal.
Councillor Blackburn.
Sorry. Oh, yes, have I gone over? Yes, I'm sorry.
Over.
For collection of glass, and also the backlog in forestry work. So thank you, Lord Mayor, and I hope that you support what we've outlined today. Thank you.
Thank you. On this note, we'll have 10-minute breaks, and I'll see you in 10 minutes. Thanks.
Hello, Lord Mayor. Did you hear me? Hello, hello. Oh God, everybody's back. Hello, everybody. I'm off. I'm doing my usual poppy painting.
Hello. Yes, we are back now. Thank you for coming back. Can I now call on Councillor Cooper?
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. And can I first take the opportunity to congratulate my friend and colleague, Councillor James Lewis, at becoming the Leader of Council at today's meeting. We're very pleased to have him as leader of our group, and even more pleased to have him as leader of the council today. So my congratulations to him. And can I also congratulate our former leader, Baroness Blake, her elevation to the House of Lords, and I wish you every success, Judith, on that journey that you're about to take. Can I also say that actually it's at times like this, don't you miss being in the council chamber? Because it might well have brought this debate a bit more to life. And also it might well have curbed some of the personal offhand remarks that we heard earlier in this budget debate, because I'm sure there would have been more than one intervention from elected members around the chamber at some of the comments that we've heard. But turning to the budget, Lord Mayor, as we've already heard, this is a budget like no other Leeds has faced. And for the last 11 years, we have faced cut after cut after cut, despite Councillor Carter wanting to ignore the fact that austerity has played a role in that. Each year has been a choice by the government to whittle away services, staff, and our ability to weather problems. And that's not just councils that have faced cuts, it's the police, it's the NHS, and it's the fire service. It's any public service. COVID, however, has been different. It's an indiscriminate virus, and it's not a punishing political choice. Normally at this council, we would take time to thank the finance team who put in the mammoth task of putting the budget together. This year, I want to extend that thanks to every single member of Leeds City Council staff. Every single person has risen to this unique challenge and has kept the city breathing. So I ask Councillor Carter to formally withdraw his amendment calling on scrapping overtime. What kind of thanks is that to workers who have been on the front line day in, day out, putting themselves and their loved ones at risk to keep this city going? I also want to thank everyone who has volunteered time to help out in so many different ways. The collective effort put in by citizens of Leeds has shown the city at its best. One fantastic example we have seen of the city coming together has been the response to a food emergency in Leeds. Over 10 years, yes, of austerity cuts have seen more and more people driven to food banks to be able to provide food for their family. It's a national shame. Unfortunately, even before COVID, a growing number of people were using food banks due to the austerity cuts that they and we were facing. When COVID hit, it only got worse. Between the 16th of March and the 12th of December last year, it is estimated that 737.2 tonnes of surplus food has been redistributed to the people that need it. There are so many amendments brought forward today, I will not be able to deal with them all individually that fall under my portfolio. But unfortunately, too many of them share a problem with the government's approach to budgets. They are tired and rehashed from previous years, showing a lack of vision or ambition, particularly in the light of the seismic changes we've seen this year. Most of them are also short-term one-off funding from reserves, and COVID has shown us the need for reserves in case of emergencies. But the fact the problems we face are not short-term mean that any short-term solution won't be sustainable. For example, the rough sleeping is not going away anytime soon. It's not a flash in the pan, and we're making huge improvements on this agenda. Only 14 people were found out to be rough sleeping at the last count. But that's all based on one-off funding, and it needs to be done through a sustainable way. I'd like to touch on the work the council has done with housing in the last year. Affordable housing delivery in Leeds was the highest across West Yorkshire. The Council House Growth Programme is delivering at pace, We have 800 homes in the pipeline. The Brownfield Land Programme will achieve in excess of 600 homes, affordable homes. We also have worked with partners towards the delivery of extra care housing, where we expect to see 1,000 units delivered by 2028. We've done all this without a housing company. And I think the Conservative amendment to use £7 million of commuted sums to achieve this will only divert funds away from the delivery of additional affordable, rented and socially rented housing. I'd like to turn to the issue of PCSOs, because to hear some people talk today, you would think that we were removing every PCSO funding in the sector, and that's not the case. But I'd pay more attention if the Conservatives didn't vote against us having more money coming through from the precept, from the PCC's
Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I hope that you can support the budget in the name of Councillor Lewis.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can I start by wishing the very best of luck to Councillor Blake as she steps down as Leader of Council, and the best of luck to Councillor Lewis as he steps up. Also wishing luck to those who have stepped down from the Executive Board and those who are stepping up to pick up the mantle. As Councillor Dobson said, leadership from any party is an honour, it's a privilege, and we should all wish each other luck. I'd also like to thank the officers of the finance team who, in helping make some of the amendments and bring some of this together, have taken on some difficult decisions and challenges financially, and their thanks to all of our officers throughout the COVID period as key workers who've stepped up and stepped in. It's very welcome, and it's an asset to this city. We've heard a lot about sound finances today. It's difficult to hear some of the administration's comments about sound finances when they are 2.3 billion in debt. And the debt has increased vastly over the last few years. There are 9,500 children approximately born in Leeds every year, and they are born with debt, saddled with debt before they've even taken a breath. Now, it's hard to imagine what 2.3 billion looks like. So let me say, if you imagine £100 notes all stacked on top of each other up to £1 billion, that goes 0.63 miles high. That's taller than the Burj Khalifa. If you take on all of the city council's debt in that fashion, that goes 1.5 miles high up into the sky. You would not be able to see the top of it if you were stood at the bottom. That's the level of debt that we're talking about Leeds City Council dealing with. And we must put that into context, because Councillor Lewis mentioned the consultation process. And just to read some of the comments back here, people are struggling. Income cut due to COVID, can't afford the increase. Pensioners struggling. Increase is too high. Council tax already too high. Increase higher than payer inflation. It takes some umbrage with Keir Starmer, who wishes to talk a good game about cutting council tax nationally, but when it comes to the decision being made locally, the Labour Party are absent. It's talking a good game and disappearing when it comes to action. Similarly, I would urge members in the administration to look very carefully, and members all across council, at the culture spend, because this week I was informed that of the 1.7 million gain share in the devolution deal, only about 600,000 is going to employment and skills. There's about £1 million that's going into culture as a big catch-all term, and some further inquiry is required as to where that money has gone. But I turn to our amendments and our group's amendments. £1 million to support the hospitality sector. This sector has been incredibly hard hit. It are young people who have predominantly got jobs in this sector. The closure of the hospitality sector has damaged people's mental health, and that £1 million is there to try and help that sector. I know it won't be enough, but it's there to show that we are willing and we're stepping up as a council. The parking reduction, the reductions in parking charges. What we want to do is ensure that people can travel safely, can shop safely, and can spend safely in our city. And that's what this is about. It's about ensuring that people can park in the centre, we can restart our economy. Killing off the recovery before it starts and not having our city centres as safe places to access will damage the survival of businesses, and it will damage people's job prospects. I also turn to the local centres programme. £2.7 million has been cut from it, and our amendment is about putting that back into supporting local high streets. It was promised, and the rug has been pulled out from under some of these communities. And we need, if we're going to improve footfall to our businesses. It's about improving footfall across the city, not just in the city centre. So I'd urge people to vote for that amendment. Finally, the PCSO's amendment. I know Councillor Cooper was going to come on to it and unfortunately ran out of time, but our frontline police have really stepped up over the last year, and they've taken on challenges in very difficult circumstances. PCSOs work across Hunslet, Hare, Hills, Harewood, every ward in this city. They help community cohesion. They are the eyes and ears and intelligence and support for our police, and we should absolutely support them. Cutting them risks public safety. So, Lord Mayor, I would urge members across the chamber to support our amendments. We've weathered the pandemic. It's now time to look forward, to look to the future, and to ensure our post-COVID economic recovery. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Pryor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I speak in support of this budget as it has the needs of the people of Leeds at its heart. This has been the most difficult year in modern times, and people across the city have struggled, but I'm immensely proud of how we have pulled together. And I particularly want to take the opportunity to thank our schools, school staff, pupils and parents and carers who faced enormous challenges and who've done an incredible job. I also want to thank our school improvement services who've worked tirelessly to pull the city schools together, ensuring a joined up approach to schooling. In Leeds, the decision was taken to protect funding for the school improvement service, even though the government forced many councils to cut theirs in the wake of a decade of austerity. Austerity that left much of the country ill-prepared for a crisis such as COVID. And it was interesting to hear Councillor Robinson speak of how difficult it is to visualise £2 billion, because it's such an enormous amount of money. And he's right, it's difficult to visualise. But that £2 billion is how much the Conservatives have cut and taken away from the people of Leeds since the start of austerity. And I'm pleased that Councillor Robinson understands how the quantity of damage that has been done by the Conservative Party to Leeds. But today I want to primarily focus on jobs. And it is fair to say that the government response to the pandemic has been mixed. The furlough scheme, while of course welcome, has not been a universal success, and confusion around its implementation has led to unnecessary job losses. We saw the last-minute announcement of the extension to the scheme last autumn, far too late for the people who'd already been served redundancy notices in anticipation of the scheme ending. Those redundancies were caused by a lack of planning from the government. In addition to this, more than 3 million people have missed out on the scheme altogether, due to simply being self-employed. As many as 1 in 5 small company bosses surveyed by the Federation of Small Businesses said they've received no financial support at all from the government. We've seen the numbers of people in part-time work plunge, with some sectors hit much worse than others. And we know that women are overrepresented, both in part-time work, but also in the industries hardest hit by the pandemic, such as retail and hospitality. And it's clear that the impact of the pandemic on women has been considerable and it's been skewed. And the government has done absolutely nothing to address this, and that cannot be right. We've worked alongside the requests put forward by Excluded UK, a not-for-profit organisation working to end the exclusions in the government's COVID-19 financial support measures. We've been able to tailor some of our business supports to the gaps left by government, but sadly have not always had the flexibility we've needed to do more. Back in December 2019, the government promised reforms to zero-hour contracts and the gig economy. We were promised that changes will be made to protect and enhance workers' rights as we left the EU, but we are still no nearer those promised changes. The government's stance is at odds with our own approach of working alongside our anchor institutions and our trade unions to implement our Great Jobs agenda, where people have not just a job, but a future, where they are treated properly, paid fairly, properly represented, and have a clear training and career path. And in Leeds, we are committed to helping people back into work and keeping them there. We're expanding our training and reskilling programme and focusing on the growth areas of green and digital jobs. We'll be working with our schools and education providers to create more courses that match a growing digital landscape. As Councillor Lewis mentioned in his speech, we've supported over 2,500 people into work between April and December last year, and that includes 269 apprenticeships. We supported over 258 new businesses to recruit new staff and to provide support for staff facing redundancy. Compare this to the recent announcement that the government would be shutting the Union Learning Fund from March, a fund which helps around 250,000 people each year undertake additional education. How the government speaks about levelling up the North is at direct odds with how they behave. They are empty words. And if we look at the Leeds Conservative Party's amendments today, against a backdrop of a national scandal around outsourced free school meals that create private profit at the expense of hungry children, free school meals that the government had to be shamed into providing, I might add, and against the backdrop of it being reported that Health Secretary Matt Hancock acted unlawfully in the handing out of COVID contracts. And what do the Leeds Conservatives suggest we do here? They want us to outsource our contracts. It's astonishing. The Leeds Conservative Party is completely tone deaf and clearly putting a greedy ideology ahead of the people of Leeds. Lord Mayor, I urge all members to vote for this budget, which will ensure Leeds' recovery both in the short and in the long term. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Field. Can I move on to Councillor Kinder until Councillor Field return? Councillor Kinder.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. On seconding the MBI budget, I would like to just say a few words. On formally seconding the budget, I would like to say that the Maryleborough Independents were appalled at the suggestion from Leeds City Council contemplating the closure of Lewisham Community Centre. As a ward councillor in Morley South, it is clear to me that this most deprived community in all the Outer South Community Committee wards needs the Lewisham Park Community Centre to be retained. Indeed, it is the last community centre standing in the whole of the Morley South area, and its closure would devastate a vulnerable community which in these dark times of COVID-19 need help and support, not abandonment to cope when they are already being crushed under rising unemployment, poverty and debt. At a recent Security Board call-in meeting, Councillor Robert Finnegan asked for 12 months to put forward a rescue plan. We were given 2 months, 8 whole weeks in a time of COVID, but we were not to be put off. We are committed and community spirited in Morley and will not, like the Labour Party, abandon this community. We quickly set up a community management committee to do all we could do to save this very much needed centre for all our community to use. We have secured 6 of our current users of the centre who have committed to increasing their hours of use. We have 2 more possible users in the pipeline who are keen to come on board. We will extend our usage to include the hiring of parties for children and other social events. We would like to take on the responsibility abdicated by the Labour Party, and we will show true political leadership and support our communities who desperately need this centre saving. We have formed a committee of councillors, centre users and people in the local community who genuinely care and want this community centre to be a success and stay open. This centre has an extremely rich history of supporting local people who have grown up in the area, with groups and sports teams becoming successful with their achievements at the heart of the centre. To lose this community centre would show a lack of political leadership. The MBIs will not let this happen and will step up to the vacuum left by Labour to make sure the centre stays open. The second section of our amendment looks at the failure to deliver any new council housing in Morley for 40 years. The last council housing being built on Birch Court off Bridge Street in 1981, 40 years ago. In Morley, we are finding that single people are living in 2 and 3 bedroom houses while trying to secure sheltered housing, which is in short supply. To add to this, we have as many as 200 families bidding for family housing, also without success. Our schools, both primary and high schools, many of them academies, are offering amazing schooling. We find that people are moving into Morley to secure places for their children at our brilliant schools. We need more council housing for families and older residents. We have been ignored for 40 years as our housing needs increase. Today is an opportunity to say to those 2,000 families waiting for council accommodation in Morley, we are listening and we will take action to deliver the housing you need. Support Morley families and support Morley children, support our amendments. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Phil, are you there? Are you ready to speak?
Lord Mayor, no, I won't be speaking today, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can I call on Councillor Bentley?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, the increase in council tax proposed in this budget is about 7 times the current rate of inflation. An increase approved and in fact encouraged by central government that itself will not or dare not raise national taxes because of pressures from its court of hardline backbenchers. And is this increase to enable the council to develop more services to improve the lives of our citizens? No, it's so that we can stand still. Well, not even stand still, but to make the best of a declining ability to meet the increasing financial demands and pressures of running this great city. The average citizen would be quite justified in asking, what more am I getting for paying an extra 5% of my council tax? Well, the answer is because of successive governments' inability to get to grips with local government finances, they're getting less, not more. And to add insult to injury, because of the way that a regressive council tax works, the poor and disadvantaged are paying proportionally a lot more and getting a lot less. Councillor Galton, Lord Mayor, said we must reflect on what we have learned during the COVID crisis. Well, we have learned that local decisions and local action are better than central control. We have learned that putting things in the hands of local government, the NHS and local third sector partners is better than wasting millions of pounds of uncontrolled spend with government favourites in the private sector. And we have learned, as local elected representatives, we must lobby for an overhaul of the way that local government is financed, including replacing the wholly unfair council tax. I'm not going to go through all the amendments. Councillor Galton has taken members through those and the reasoning for our amendments, but I would just like to look more closely on one. Our proposal to continue funding the additional police community support officers which the administration wishes to axe. Lord Mayor, PCSOs provide vital services that are highly valued by our local communities. They're not my words, but they could be. But they're the words said as part of her 2016 budget speech by the then leader of council. And she went on to say, despite consistent attacks on the police by the national government, and despite our own financial challenges, PCSOs remain a priority for this council. That is why we are setting up plans to provide an exceptional level of funding for PCSOs in comparison to our regional neighbours. So what's changed? Although crime has reduced, it hasn't gone away. In fact, some crimes like domestic violence, antisocial behaviour and neighbour harassment has increased. The very types of community crime and disorder that PCSOs are so adept at detecting and dealing with. Maintaining community engagement, especially engagement with our young people, is again an important part in the PCSO's role. And as anyone in the administration looked at the consequences of removing 37 PCSO posts from the city, has there been an impact assessment? Has there been any consultation with elected members, community committees, or the wider community? And the answer is no. So our disappointment is not only that it has been done, but the frankly disingenuous way it has been done. A simple accounting transaction without any regard for the consequences. We have proposed to fund the PCSOs partly by removing the council subsidy of full-time trade union conveners, removing subsidies from the already well-funded to ensure safer neighbourhoods for all our residents. Now, we never expect our amendments to be accepted, but on this occasion, can I ask the administration to think again? You have no support from any of the opposition groups for this. I doubt if you have much support from your own side, and you don't have support from the wider community. Even if you don't want to stop subsidising the unions, can I urge you to reconsider this decision and find the funds to retain our PCSOs? I second this amendment, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Lamb.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can I start by adding my congratulations to the new Leader of Council? I'm sure we will disagree often, but I genuinely wish him well in what is an incredibly important and difficult job. I'd also like to add my congratulations to Councillor Blake, who I shadowed in children's services for many years, and we did disagree often, but again, I wish her well in the new role and thank her for the service she's given to this city. Lord Mayor, budgets are about choices. Councillor Lewis has tried to paint a picture of having no choices, that he can only do the things that he's set out and that it's all the nasty government's fault for cutting budgets for year after year, for austerity and so on and so on. Councillor Cooper followed suit and Councillor Pryor followed suit. What all of them neglected to mention was the last time we had a global crisis in 2008, the previous Labour government had left this country totally unprepared to deal with it. They had run deficit budgets every year that the economy was growing, which meant there was no fiscal headroom and meant that in order to put those finances right, there were difficult decisions that had to be made for a decade. Of course, those difficult decisions meant that when we faced a global financial crisis last year, the government could pump an unprecedented amount of money into the economy to support families, businesses and councils. And this council, let us not forget, has benefited to the tune of £605 million of that funding. That's only possible because the government fixed the roof while the sun was shining. Lord Mayor, it is a difficult year. It's a challenging budget, but budgets are about choices. There is one choice that I'm glad the administration has made, and that is to increase the number of unaccompanied asylum-seeking children that we accept into the city. Actually, we think we could go further. There are 47 down to be taken in the budget with absolutely no cost to the council, and actually a net gain financially, we could take another 25 children. That would be just over 2 for each ward in the city. We think it would be churlish in the extreme for anybody to vote against that amendment, and I would commend it to all of you. I think we can do it, and in these circumstances of all, we should do it. Lord Mayor, it's a budget of choices. We've heard already that Councillor Lewis, who is responsible and the architect of this, chose several years ago to stop paying back the council's debt. The consequence of that choice this year is that we have to pay back £51 million in terms of debt repayments. That was Councillor Lewis's choice. That would eclipse all of the cuts that have been made. It would eclipse all of the council tax rises that have been put into place. That was Councillor Lewis's choice. It's also Councillor Lewis's choice to continue pumping money into the Year of Culture. We've been clear throughout that we support the Year of Culture in 2023, but we've also been clear that we think this can be funded in a much smarter way by voluntary groups, private sector contributions, and that it cannot possibly be justified, given the other decisions that are being made, that you are putting £10.6 million into a Year of Culture in 2023. But Labour members should remember when they're selling the cuts to their communities that that is the choice that you are making today, to keep putting that money in, and you're choosing to take money away from PCSOs and frontline policing. You're choosing to close care homes in Rothwell and in Farsley. You're choosing to close Yeadon Tarn. You're choosing to cut the wellbeing funding. You're funding the Year of Culture instead, but for many of us, we fund local culture through that money. In my ward, we fund musical theatre groups, we fund local radio, we fund sports clubs, we fund a whole variety of things. We won't be able to do that because you've cut the funding. You're cutting culture for that year. You're keeping the charges for bulky waste and inert waste. Astonishingly, you're choosing, in this of all years, to increase bereavement charges by 5%. How could you? How can you do that and actually look the people of Leeds in the face? That is a disgrace, and it's a choice. Lord Mayor, they're cutting neighbourhood networks, they're increasing charges for sheltered housing, they're closing Pudsey Visitor Centre. These are all the choices of this administration and Councillor Lewis, and we will not let anybody forget it was a choice. They don't have to do any of it, they've chosen to. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I'll now call on Councillor Lewis to sum up.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Quite a lot to go at from the contributions that have been made this afternoon. So I'll just start by thanking all our members, those members that chose to make warm words about loads of us moving into new jobs and loads of us moving on. I know sometimes we fall out in our virtual council chamber, but that is welcomed and recognised. And of course, I will continue as Baroness Blake did and work with all groups where we agree and where we can and where we need to stand up for the interests of the city. And again, a number of speakers recognised Councillor Dobson, Councillor David Blackburn, I think Councillor Hutchinson. Actually, the biggest pressure on our council budget is social care. And as long as that remains unresolved and unreformed, it will continue to squeeze the other council services we need to provide into a smaller and smaller share of the budget. I also want to put on record as well, some of the comments have been made by many people around some of the services and facilities that are being transferred over to the third sector, the Lewisham Centre, the Sailing Centre, West Leeds. Whoever it was said that Eden Tarn was closing. Believers were not closing Eden Tarn and taking the water away. We are transferring a facility over. That will, we do that in good faith, and we believe this is a really successful way that we can continue to provide services. And I think these are all welcome comments. Just to turn onto some of the specific ones, and I'll turn to Councillor Bolton and Councillor Bentley. And I was reminded on both of their speeches, you know, when copies of the Lib Dem campaign guide turn up and this advises Lib Dems never take responsibility, act shamefully and exaggerate. I can congratulate Councillor Bolton and Councillor Bentley for following the instructions they've received from head office to the T. Let's just look at some of the things they've said. I mean, I think I can sum up many of the Lib Dem amendments by saying actually they are, you know, in typical Lib Dem style. They wait for something to happen, call for it to happen in a fake bid, and then try and take credit as if they have somehow magically made it happen. Lots of their amendments are stuff we are already doing and already getting on with. And again, it's good to have their support, but I'm sure, you know, their amendments are more about writing leaflets. But let's talk about the hard facts of the Liberal Democrats. Councillor Galton and Councillor Bentley forgot to mention, so I will mention it. 2/3 of our annual cut in our 2/3 of the annual reduction in our budget happened when Councillor Galton and Councillor Bentley were in government. Those are the facts. This is a Lib Dem record. They have devastated the finances of this council, and that will that has scarred us for the whole decade, and that will take forward. I also was one of the as I seem to be becoming one of the old guard in the council now, one of the longer serving. I remember exactly how the city was run under their leadership, and I won't take any lectures about relationships with staff and the trade unions when I remember they were party to one of the longest strikes we've ever seen because of their attempts at trade union relationships. I think I always want to put it on record at this place, our thanks to the trade unions, and just remind those members that talk about subsidies to the trade union. Our staff are entitled to be represented by another member of staff in procedures in the council. That is not something we've created as a Labour administration, that is the law. And our trade union facilities agreement is the most efficient way of doing it. And it is an arrangement that happens not just in Leeds Council, it happens in all the public sector and it happens in the private sector. Our trade unions do a great job at representing their members, and through the Union Learn scheme, in terms of training and developing our staff. I'm proud of them, and I find these attacks sad, and I just reflect the attitude of the opposition. Turning to some of the other issues that have been raised, and again, it was one that Councillor Galton Bentley and the Conservative group raised as well. You know, if the emergency services numbers and police numbers are so important to the city, why did you cut 23,000 police officers when you were in government? This is the hypocrisy that we've seen, and I think it just underlines the hollowness of these amendments. And I just wanted to turn to the Conservative group now, and I, you know, will take no lectures from the Conservative group about debt, I have to say. Let's look at the national debt. January, we found out, was the worst January on record in terms of government borrowing. We also found out last August that the first time since Harold Macmillan was Prime Minister, the government debt is now larger than the country's GDP. Many of the measures that have been taken during the pandemic are necessary, and I think we'd all agree with, but the public finances were shattered by 10 years of failed austerity that saw public sector spending cut, but the country's debt rise. Under the last Labour government, the country's debt was never bigger than 50% of the GDP. Under the current government, it's never been smaller than that. It's risen and risen. And the fact that this country is saddled with debt is because they planned austerity, they implemented austerity, they gave tax cuts to the highest taxpayers and the most profitable businesses, but they ran up public debt. It's been a shambles, and we will all pay the price for the future. And for the architects of such a devastating economic policy, I will take no lectures on debt at all. And I will turn in particular to some of the comments Councillor Carter made. Just remind Councillor Carter that at the end of the 6 wasted years of Conservative and Lib Dem administration in this city in 2010, the General Reserve stood at just over 16 million. At the end of last financial year, they stood over at 31 million. So I won't take any lectures on the Council's reserve policies and sound finances. Just to turn to the annual lecture we get on MRP from the Conservatives. And first of all, I'm not sure, Councillor Carter, the last time I ever skipped anywhere, but turning to the substantive point you have made, this was not a payment holiday. There was overpayment on debt historically, and we took that in order to protect public frontline public services in the years following 2017. The Conservative group could, in their annual budget amendments, have taken money out of frontline public services and put it into debt repayments. They have never chosen to put that amendment forward since MRP was introduced, and therefore, my conclusion from that, it is a policy that they have supported. And we don't need captain hindsight, lieutenant commander hindsight, or seaman hindsight to try and paint another picture. This is a policy because the Conservatives knew there was no alternative to devastating public service cuts that they have supported. And in terms of the accusation of profligate public spending, I think in this city we have done a remarkable job in managing the public finances. It has been a situation that we have invested in public services, and I'm going to make no apologies for that. And I'll just turn again to the comments around council tax as well. And let's not forget on council tax, 3/5 of this council tax rise is the government's adult social care precept, which they put into place because they'd refused to provide grant funding to councils. You would have thought, in the way that we found out that recent contracts have been showered like confetti to Tory donors and their mates for things that haven't worked, that they may have found £1 billion looking after the most vulnerable in society, or £2 billion to look after council taxpayers at a time of pandemic. They have not, and they have spent that money not on supporting council taxpayers or supporting public services, but on other things. That was a choice, Councillor Lamb, that the Conservatives made, and a choice that we will not let you forget. Just again to turn to some other issues that have come up around our commitment to public services and our commitment to the city. First of all, neighbourhood networks have over £1 million more than they had just a few years ago. That's our commitment to as an administration to neighbourhood networks. And one thing that came up in lots of amendments, and there are some DEFRA figures out on fly tipping, which I think illustrate and undermine the arguments that have been made to try and suggest that residents in Leeds are addicted to fly tipping. We are somehow a dirty city. I know the opposition's job at this time of year to talk the city down, but the DEFRA figures show that in Leeds we've had a 19% decrease in fly tipping when at a time when there was a national rise of 2%. And despite the fact that we are the second biggest council in the country, both in terms of population and in terms of area, we are actually the 31st in terms of fly tipping. I think that is a credit not only to the responsible people of Leeds who dispose of their waste well, but also to our work on reducing fly tipping. And finally, I just wanted to turn, in conclusion, to look at some of the choices about costs. And other members have touched on this as well, but I think it comes down to some of the choices we have made. there was a tremendous support across our city for key workers. We saw that when people clapped on the doorstep, and we've seen that in the signs that we see right across the city in support of key workers. And we have made a commitment to those care workers in our commission services around raising pay. I compare that with Amendment 3 from the Conservative group, which is about cutting the pay of our lowest paid staff, of our care workers, of our refuse collectors, of our sports centre staff, in order to score political points. I think that is not what this city wants. It shows a Conservative group are massively out of touch, and it shows our values as a Labour council. And finally, we saw the return of outsourcing. I'm not sure what in Serco Track and Trace, in the school dinners fiasco, in all the problems we've seen with Carillion, which collapsed only a few years ago, leaving us another council members. I am not sure what in those disasters the Conservative group see as the benefits of outsourcing. The fact they want to bring it into providing our vital services, I think it shows they are ideologically driven and have learnt none of the lessons of the past. Lord Mayor, thank you to everybody that's contributed to this budget debate this afternoon, and I move our budget.
Thank you. Can I now move the procedural motion? Councillor Dawson.
Move in terms of the notice, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cohen.
Second, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you. We are now going to vote on the amendments and the budget motions. Before I do so, can I inform members, as I have done at previous remote council meetings, I am going to invite whips to vote on the behalf of their groups. If any members wishes to cast their votes differently, then please let me know when the whips voted. As this is a remoted vote, the details of our members' vote will be recorded on the minutes. So please bear with me, it's quite a few motions, so I'll just call on each whips. The first one is in the amendment number 1, Councillor Carter, in the name of Councillor Carter. So Councillor Dawson, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against.
Councillor Cohen, are you for, against, or abstain?
Conservative group are for.
Councillor Campbell, are you for, against, or abstain?
For.
Councillor Hutchinson, are you for, against, or abstain?
My Lord Mayor, the MBI group are for. Thank you.
Councillor Field, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Anne Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain? Councillor Anne Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain? Councillor David Blackburn, can you vote on the behalf? Ron Graham, are you for?
We're for. We're for.
Councillor Graham, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. That vote has been lost. Amendment 2, in the name of Councillor Carter. Councillor Dawson, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cohen, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Campbell, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hutchinson, are you for, against, or abstain?
We are for, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Field, are you for, against, or abstain?
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Anne Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain? Councillor David Blackburn, can you please vote? Councillor Ron Graham, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, it's Councillor David Blackburn. Sorry about that. I was trying to sort out Councillor Anne Blackburn. On Amendment 2, we're against.
Thank you. Councillor Blackburn, can you please say put our Councillor Blackburn, because you know it's voting. So can one of you please answer when I call the names out, please?
Yeah, yes, we will do now. Okay, thank you.
This amendment has been lost. Amendment 3 in the name of Councillor Carter. Councillor Dawson, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Curran, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Campbell, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hutchinson, are you for, against, or abstain?
We are for, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Field, are you for, against, or abstain?
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Anne Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain?
It's Councillor David Blackburn. We're abstaining.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Graham, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. That's been lost. Amendment number 4, again in the name of Councillor Carter. Councillor Dawson, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cohen, are you for, against, or abstain?
Once again, my Lord Mayor, the Conservative group are for.
Councillor Campbell, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hutchinson, are you for, against, or abstain?
We are for, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Field, are you for, against, or abstain?
Lord Mayor, the 2 members of the Garforth and Swillington group eligible to vote are for the amendment.
Thank you. Councillor David Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain?
For.
Councillor Ron Graham, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. That's been lost. Amendment 5, again in the name of Councillor Carter. Councillor Dawson, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cohen.
For, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Campbell, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hutchinson, are you for, against, or abstain?
We are for, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Field, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain?
We're for, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Ron Graham, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. That's been lost. Amendment 6, again in the name of Councillor Carter. Councillor Dawson, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cohen, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Campbell, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hutchinson, are you for, against, or abstain?
We are for, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Field, are you for, against, or abstain?
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain?
We're abstain.
Councillor Graham, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. This has been lost. Amendment 7, again in the name of Councillor Carter. Councillor Dawson, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cohen, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Campbell, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hutchinson, are you for, against, or abstain?
We are for, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Field, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Graham, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. That's been lost. Amendment 8 in the name of Councillor Carter. Councillor Dawson, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against.
Councillor Cohen, are you for, against, or abstain?
We're for, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Campbell, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Field, are you for, against, or abstain?
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain?
Abstain.
Councillor Graham, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. That's been lost. We go to Amendment 9, again in the name of Councillor Carter. Councillor Dawson, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cohen, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, my Lord Mayor.
Oops.
Against.
Look, would you shut up?
And clearly my last vote has shocked the Lord Mayor into turning off a camera and muting.
The Lord Mayor's gone.
Sorry,
She's
can I
gone
start
to
this?
referee.
I know, sorry, can I start this vote again? For some reason, I've turned off and mute and the cameras was off. Can I go back to amendment 9? Sorry. And this is in the name of Councillor Carter. Councillor Dawson, are you for?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cohen, are you for, against, or abstain?
Still for, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Campbell, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hutchinson, are you for, against, or abstain?
We are for, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Field, are you for, against, or abstain?
We're for, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain?
We're for, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Ron Graham, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, that's been lost. Amendment 10, again in the name of Councillor Carter. Councillor Dawson, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cohen, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, my Lord.
Councillor Campbell, are you for, against, or abstain?
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hutchinson, are you for, against, or abstain?
We are for, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Field, are you for, against, or abstain?
We're for, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain?
Abstain.
Councillor Graham, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against.
Thank you. That has been lost. Amendment 11, again in the name of Councillor Carter. Councillor Dawson, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cohen, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Campbell, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hutchinson, are you for, against, or abstain?
We are for, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Field, are you for, against, or abstain?
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain?
We are for.
Councillor Graham, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. That has been lost. Amendment 12, again in the name of Councillor Carter. Councillor Dawson, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cohen, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Campbell, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hutchinson, are you for, against, or abstain?
We are for, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Field, are you for, against, or abstain?
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against.
Councillor Graham, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. That's been lost. Amendment 13 in the name of Councillor Carter. Councillor Dawson, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cohen, are you for, against, or abstain?
Conservative Group are for, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Campbell, are you for, against, or abstain?
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hutchinson, are you for, against, or abstain?
We are for, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Field, are you for, against, or abstain?
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain?
Abstain.
Councillor Graham, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. That has been lost. Amendment 14, in the name of Councillor Carter. Councillor Dawson, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cohen, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Campbell, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hutchinson, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Field, are you for, against, or abstain?
We're for, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against.
Councillor Graham, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. That has been lost. Amendment 15, again in the name of Councillor Carter. Councillor Dawson, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cohen, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Campbell, are you for, against, or abstain?
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hutchinson, are you for, against, or abstain?
Abstain, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Field, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain?
Well, against.
Against, Lord Mayor.
Oh.
Sorry?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Sorry. Councillor Graham, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
That's been lost. Amendment 16, again in the name of Councillor Carter. Councillor Dawson, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cohen, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Campbell, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hutchinson, are you for, against, or abstain?
We are for, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Field, are you for, against, or abstain?
We're for, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Graham, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. That has been lost. Amendment 17, again in the name of Councillor Carter. Councillor Dawson, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cohen, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Campbell, are you for, against, or abstain?
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hutchinson, are you for, against, or abstain?
We're for, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Field, are you for, against, or abstain?
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain?
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Graham, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. That has been lost. Amendment 18, again in the name of Councillor Carter. Councillor Dawson, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cohen, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Campbell, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hutchinson, are you for, against, or abstain?
We are for, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Field, are you for, against, or abstain?
We are for, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Graham, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. That has been lost. Amendment 19, in the name of Councillor Carter. Councillor Dawson, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cohen, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Campbell, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hutchinson, are you for, against, or abstain?
We are for, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Field, are you for, against, or abstain?
We are for, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Graham, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. That has been lost. Amendment 20, in the name of Councillor Carter. Councillor Dawson, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cohen, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Campbell, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hutchinson, are you for, against, or abstain?
We're for, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Field, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain?
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Graham, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. That's been lost. We'll go to Amendment 21 in the name of Councillor Councillor Golden this time. Councillor Dawson, are you for, against, or abstain?
We are against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cohen, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Campbell, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hutchinson, are you for, against, or abstain?
Maryleborough Independents are for, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Field, are you for, against, or abstain?
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain?
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Graham, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
That has been lost. Amendment 22, again in the name of Councillor Galton. Councillor Dawson, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cohen, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Campbell, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hutchinson, are you for, against, or abstain?
Abstain, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Field, are you for, against, or abstain?
We abstain, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain?
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Graham, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. That has been lost. Amendment 23, again in the name of Councillor Galton. Councillor Dawson, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cohen, are you for, against, or abstain?
Conservative Group abstain, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Campbell, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hutchinson, are you for, against, or abstain?
We are for, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Field, are you for, against, or abstain?
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Graham, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against,
Thank you. That has been lost. Amendment 24, again in the name of Councillor Galton. Councillor Dawson, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cohen, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Campbell, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hutchinson, are you for, against, or abstain?
We abstain, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Field, are you for, against, or abstain?
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain?
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Graham, are you for, against, or abstain?
against,
Thank you. That has been lost. Amendment 25 in the name of Councillor Galton. Councillor Dawson, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cohen, are you for, against, or abstain? Councillor Cohen?
Having some muting issues, my Lord Mayor. Apologies. For, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hutchinson, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Field, are you for, against, or abstain?
We abstain, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain?
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Graham, are you for, against, or abstain?
against, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. That has been lost. Amendment 26 in the name of Councillor Galton. Councillor Dawson, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cohen, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Campbell, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hutchinson, are you for, against, or abstain?
We are for, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Campbell, are you for, against, or abstain?
Sorry, where are we?
Councillor Field.
Oh, support, Lord Mayor, for.
Councillor Anne Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Graham, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. That has been lost. Amendment 27 in the name of Councillor Galton. Councillor Dawson, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cohen, are you for, against, or abstain?
We abstain, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Campbell, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Councillor Hutchinson, are you for, against, or abstain?
We abstain, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Field, are you for, against, or abstain?
We abstain, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain?
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Graham, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against.
Thank you. That has been lost. Amendment 28 in the name of Councillor Galton. Councillor Dawson, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cohen, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Campbell, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hutchinson, are you for, against, or abstain?
We are for, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Field, are you for, against, or abstain?
We are for, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Graham, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. That has been lost. Amendment 29 in the name of Councillor Galton. Councillor Dawson, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cohen, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Campbell, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hutchinson, are you for, against, or abstain?
We're for, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Field, are you for, against, or abstain?
We are for, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain?
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Graham, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against.
Thank you. That has been lost. Amendment 30 in the name of Councillor Galton. Councillor Dawson, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cohen, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Campbell, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hutchinson, are you for, against, or abstain?
We are for, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Field, are you for, against, or abstain?
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Graham, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against.
Thank you. That has been lost. Amendment 31, again in the name of Councillor Galton. Councillor Dawson, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cohen, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Campbell, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hutchinson, are you for, against, or abstain?
We are for, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Field, are you for, against, or abstain?
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain?
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Graham, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against.
That has been lost. We'll move on to Amendment 32 in the name of Councillor Finnegan. Sorry, Councillor Hutchinson. Councillor Dawson, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cohen, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Campbell, are you for, against, or abstain?
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hutchinson, are you for or against? Abstain.
My Lord Mayor, the MBIs are for.
Councillor Field, are you for, against, or abstain?
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain?
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Graham, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Sorry, that has been lost. We've moved to Amendment 33 in the name of Councillor Mark Dobson. Councillor Dawson, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cohen, are you for, against, or abstain?
We are for, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Campbell, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hutchinson, are you for, against, or abstain?
We are for, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Field, are you for, against, or abstain?
We're for, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Graham, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
That has been lost. Amendment 34 in the name of Councillor Dobson. Councillor Dawson, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cohen, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Campbell, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hutchinson, are you for, against, or abstain?
We are for, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Field, are you for, against, or abstain?
We're for, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Graham, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against.
That has been lost. Amendment 35 in the name of Councillor Dobson. Councillor Dawson, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cohen, are you for, against, or abstain?
We are for, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Campbell, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hutchinson, are you for, against, or abstain?
We are for, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Fields, are you for, against, or abstain?
We're for, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Graham, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
That has been lost. We've moved on to Amendment 36 in the name of Councillor David Blackburn. Councillor Dawson, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cohen, are you for, against, or abstain?
Sorry, my Lord Mayor, I've lost, we're on 36. Sorry.
Yes.
I thought we were. Just lost count there. We are for, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell, are we for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hutchinson, are you for, against, or abstain?
We are for, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Field, are you for, against, or abstain?
We are for, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Graham, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Sorry, that has been lost. Amendment 37, again in Councillor David Blackburn. Councillor Dawson, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cohen, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Campbell, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hutchinson, are you for, against, or abstain?
We are for, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Field, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Graham, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
has been lost. Amendment 38 in the name of Councillor Blackburn. Councillor Dawson, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cohen, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Campbell, are you for, against, or abstain?
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hutchinson, are you for, against, or abstain?
We are for, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Field, are you for, against, or abstain?
Lord Mayor, the two members of the Garforth and Swillington group eligible to vote are against the amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Graham, are you for, against?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. That has been lost. Amendment 39, again in the name of Councillor Blackburn. Councillor Dawson, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cohen, are you for, against, or abstain?
We are for, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Campbell, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hutchinson, are you for, against, or abstain?
We are for, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Field, are you for, against, or abstain?
We are for, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain? Councillor Blackburn?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Graham, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
That has been lost. We'll now vote on the motions in the name of Councillor Lewis. Councillor Dawson, are you for, against, or abstain?
The Labour group vote for, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cohen, are you for, against, or abstain?
The Conservative group abstain on the motion.
Councillor Campbell, are you for, against, or abstain?
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hutchinson, are you for, against, or abstain?
The Maryleborough Independent group, my Lord Mayor, we abstain.
Councillor Field, are you for, against, or abstain?
Lord Mayor, the Garforth and Swillington Independents are against.
Councillor Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain?
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
And Councillor Graham, are you for or against?
Definitely for.
Thank you. This motion has been carried. Thank you. I just need Tom back now. You're forgiven, Tom. Can I say, we have now reached the time by which the meeting should have been finished, and I would like to invite the leader of the council to formally move the motion. The minutes, sorry, Councillor Lewis. Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I move in terms of the notice.
Councillor Dawson.
I'll second, Lord Mayor.
Should I call for a vote? Any members wishes to vote against or abstain, please say so, else I'll take your silence for agreement. That has been carried. Can I take this opportunity to thank you all for being here today, and this is the end of the meeting. Thank you all for your patience, cooperation, and Tom, as I said before, is all forgiven. Come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Bye.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.